Hello, everybody. Welcome to the FlowChat, which is the new branding of this podcast name. We are here to discuss the delay and more. And I am FlowCat, obviously, but we also have Mateem, Dante, EroticWalruss, Lay, and Momo here. And we're just gonna start off right from the top with the topic of the delay, and pretty much we're gonna talk about what we should do, or like what how we can handle this delay, whether we should enjoy it or just take a break from the game, whatever we think, So I guess I'm gonna throw it over to. Oh no, you guys swapped places. I'm gonna have to fix the names. Okay, someone go first. That can be Dante. Why don't you go ahead and start it off since you're on the left there?
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. And, well, what do I think of the delay? What an interesting question indeed. It really depends on the player, I believe. I've seen a lot of people that are starting the game, so they are not really feeling the delay. As a matter of fact, it could be said that the delay might be actually beneficial to them. They have more time to save primogems, perhaps they want a Yaka, so they're going to have enough time to get her. And then you have other people that might be more advanced on the story, higher ARs, and maybe they might feel a little the burnout with the delay because they have almost nothing to do in the game. If you take me as an example, I am AR 58, and my daily Genshin routine is basically just artifact farming, dailies, and just fooling around from time to time, so it really depends, but I think that the delay should be seen as something that we could all benefit from because it gives us enough time not only to save, but also to take a much needed break, I believe. Not not feeling like you have to log in every day or feeling like you're going to miss out on something. So it could be a very positive thing. It only depends on the way you look at it, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, Dante, it feels like you basically ripped the words out of my mouth. I definitely agree. It's great for people who especially want Ayaka and like had low pity at the start of her banner, and it's almost guaranteed for those people if they log in every day if they're gonna get her. So that's always fun, but I can see why it's frustrating for people who feel a bit bored. And like for me, I'm just taking a bit of a break from Genshin. I've been playing other games and stuff. That's been keeping me occupied. It's definitely, I feel like, a nice break. Things are just slowing down. There's not this huge fear of like, oh, I gotta log in every day. It's more chill, and I feel like we're all gonna be a lot happier when we come back to the game, when we have, Dendro and all this new stuff in the game. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be a nice pressure or breath of fresh air.
Yeah, for sure. I agree that it's it's totally a good opportunity to take a break if you're feeling burnt out or you're feeling tired or you want to try out some other games. What is it? Distance makes the heart grow fonder, that kind of thing. So I can totally see where that comes into it. A lot of people have been playing this game almost every day for like, months to a year or more. So that being able to take a break from the game and not feel like you're gonna miss out on something super important can be pretty valuable, I think. Who wants to go next?
I was not ready for this, man. You started 5 minutes early.
Oh, he's back.
I was not ready. I literally said no. I said no. You just ignored me, bro.
Well, then we, take your time and Walrus can go first.
Yeah, so I want to hop on the point Momo and Dante made because I think they both present a positive side, right? Like, how do we get out of this with a win, with a W, right? It's like it's like see it from the women perspective. And because as somebody who makes Genshin discussion content, I get people from all avenues of the game, and I think the people who are the most frustrated, which is going to be the veteran players, and I don't think there really is like a good solution apart from what Momo was saying, like, you know, take a break, right? And I think we need to take a magnifying glass and really focus on this taking a break way of dealing with it. And I think it's going to impact the game in a way that sometimes I'm not going to speak for everyone, but sometimes, at least in my experience, even for myself, when I take a break from a certain game, I more often than not find something else that I can commit to, right? To fill that empty time. And what ends up happening is I am so committed to this new thing that I don't find the urge to come back. And I think Momo was saying, hey, maybe wait until Dendro, Sumeru. And I've had cases where even anniversaries, new patches, super exciting stuff that I used to be very excited for when I was playing the game, but after I got really invested into this new game or whatever, right? People can pick up new hobbies. I got super invested and I can come back to check it out, but that passion is never there anymore. Because if I deemed it okay to put it down at one point, I like, even if I do pick it up again, at least for myself, I don't find that same passion going forward. And I'm both worried and curious as to other people's experience with something like this. Do you think we might see this in Genshin as well?
Yeah, Walrus, you know, that got me thinking, right? Like, I'm having that kind of thing right now with a different game, and going back to like the whole delay thing, I feel like I haven't heard a lot of people talking about like the overall benefit of this, which is we're getting a more final product when the update actually comes out. I feel like there would have been much more of a negative response if like Hoyoverse released this, you know, 2.7 update and it was incomplete. Kind of like I felt that when Anka no Miya came out, it felt kind of empty. And I feel like if they released something as big as Sumeru and you really had nothing to do, there would be, you know, some unhappy people. So
There's benefits and downsides to this delay on both sides. Like you can, like, y'all named a lot of the positive, but there's also a lot of downsides. But I'm not trying to be super negative, but it is what it is, right? Like there's a good and a bad to everything. But I do think that the good outweighs the bad, and people are over exaggerating this delay a little bit. And I think the worst take I've heard of this delay is people were really upset that Ayaka's banner got extended. Like, of all the things to complain about, why that?
Yeah, that one's really cringe. I think the cringiest take is definitely people that are mad that Ayaka's not exclusive enough. Like, too many free-to-plays are gonna have her. She's like the free-to-play queen. Like, that's... I don't understand how that could possibly be a bad thing. You know what I mean? But I do see what Walrus is saying, and I kind of feel like Lei and I were talking a little bit about this earlier before the podcast, but like Genshin, like, okay, Lost Ark came out globally. It had like 1 point something million players when it first came out, and it dropped down to like 200,000 within what, like a month, maybe a little less. Genshin's release was pretty big. I don't think we really have numbers on that, but I feel like Genshin retained people a lot longer, probably due to hype and just it being relevant in the conversation, like culturally. And I think that a lot of people now are having like the wool pulled down over their eyes, like, you know, it like, does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think that's also attributed to how Genshin set up their game model. We can color at Hoyoverse, and we can talk bad about them all we want, but it's been proven over and over and over again that their business model works. It makes them money, it keeps player coming back, whether if it's kind of manipulative in the ways they do it with FOMO, also like how they bleed you dry with resources and they kind of force you to partake in their events. That's in part one of the ways, and they give you very little ways apart from that to get the primo gems to summon. For the only thing that nowadays seems like that matters are the new characters. It doesn't matter if it's about meta or just about collection or it's about your waifu husbandos. If you have a character that you want, you have to play their game for like 2 months, right? Like every day you have to log in, do their events, do your daily tasks. You have to do it for like 2 months to get a character. So it's proven to work. And I think a game like Lost Ark, which gives you much more freedom to explore, but it gives you like systems where, oh, you can not log in for 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, and we'll give you a rest bonus system. You come back, you can claim all those rewards that you missed. Those kind of systems encourage bad, retentive player behavior. And it's more free for the players, but it's bad for the companies to allow your players to feel like it's okay to not log on, because it becomes a habit. And once it becomes a habit, you move on. You can move on. It's very easy to quit those kind of games. Like Genshin, they make it difficult.
Well, I kind of feel like it's difficult for a different reason. I think it's difficult because people, whether they decide to stick with Genshin or not long term, I just think it's more impactful to people than like Lost Ark. I think Lost Ark's story is kind of poo-poo. It's kind of, it's skippable, and it's all about, it's very a singular focused game. And I think if the combat and the rating doesn't grab you, it's just not really a game for you. Like, I just think that the hype didn't last as long for Lost Ark. I think it kind of says something about Genshin, how like the hype for this game has lasted an insanely long time, and I think eventually, yeah, we should expect it to probably die down a lot. I think the fact that we're just now seeing it die down for really like the first time, like in a huge way, other than like the launch and right after, I don't know. I'm hopeful about the future with it. I know everyone is feeling lost and stuff, but it's we won't really know what's gonna happen until after it all happens. So I'm just trying to, stay hopeful. We have other good games that are out, like Lost Ark and Elden Ring, and other good games that people are playing. And I think we should just hope for the best. You know what I mean?
The worst thing for Genshin is most of the player base want Genshin to be their main game, but Genshin was never meant to be a main game. Genshin was always meant to be a side game. But because most of the player base wants it to be a main game, that's why we always have so many complaints, right, about not having anything to do. If Mihoyo wanted to add in-game, they would have by now. Like, me and Walrus had this discussion a few days ago. Hey, dude, like, they don't want this game to be a grindy game. They don't want it to. They want it to be a very casual, you have a little bit of everything, right? They don't want it to be. And they probably are not going to add in-game. Like, I'm sorry, but if they do, it's going to be a very, very long time from now. And I think people have to start accepting that. Like, it's a side game, and it's an amazing side game. But if you try and treat Genshin as your life, you're going to be disappointed.
Well, yeah, but like, let me just stop you for a second and be like, why are we trying to expect a video game to be your life? Like, I'm sorry, but like, yeah, you should go outside. You should play other video games. You should read books. You should go for a jog. You should get a girlfriend. You should do anything that you can do with your life. Like, I've been having a lot of issues with how much time Lost Ark takes. It takes me like 2 hours to do my dailies. By the time I do my dailies, I don't even feel like doing the extra raids, because it's just like so much work to get all my dailies done. It's very grindy. And it's helped me appreciate, like, Genshin, I can be in 20 minutes and be out if I don't feel like playing that day. I want to go outside, touch some grass. Cool. And if I want to play Genshin, I personally, I know this is a really unpopular opinion, but once they have more zones in the game, I'll probably feel pretty happy with it, because I just like running around and mindlessly killing stuff. And I understand that that's not purposeful enough for a lot of people. But
well, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. Like that's also like a good thing about Genshin, right? That you don't have to spend your entire life playing it.
Right. That's I'm
Like
just
you
trying
said,
to I'm just trying to frame it in a different way, because I see, like, what I'm seeing is people say it's not a main game, therefore why should I even play this game? And it's like, well, no, because this is a game that you can play and you don't have to give up your life for it. You don't have to give up your dog. You don't have to give up your hobbies. You know, you can do other stuff and still enjoy this game just as much as someone who plays it 6 hours a day, because you're not really going to miss out on a lot of progression or stuff like that. But I digress.
If I may ask something here, I'd have to agree that this game conditions you to do things in a very cyclical way. This is a game that is designed to become, in a certain way, a part of your daily routine. Because I think everyone in here is either farming artifacts or experience books or materials in some way. No one in here, if they want to progress their account, can say that they're not farming something at the moment. That in itself becomes a cycle, because once you finish finally farming artifacts for one character, you have to do it for the next one. Or if you're done with artifacts, you have to do it for the talents. There's always something to do. The problem is most of the things that you have to do is tied with resin, and it becomes part of your routine to wait for resin and use it at the appropriate time. Most people, I feel that they do start feeling a certain type of burnout, or they start to resent the game because they want to continue playing the game. I agree that this game is not boring. It was never meant to be boring, but it was meant to be played on short bouts, on short amounts of time. So the game stops you. It's kinda understandable because this game was designed to be that way, to be a side game, just like Lay said, but it's at the same time a bit sad because you wish you could do more. The characters, the stories, everything, it's very appealing. It's made to be appealing. So there's a struggle with the player base in which they want to do more, but at the same time they are forced to stop doing more. And just like Walrus said, sometimes that could be amplified in the delay. Because a lot of people still want to do stuff, but they can't. So personally, I would say it has to do a lot with what type of mindset you're going to go, and if you already made your peace with the fact that you're going to have to hold on a few weeks and not play as much as you would like, perhaps you might find a little comfort in that. But there's other people that, yes, they want to grind this game as much as possible, but they're not going to be able to do so. So there's a struggle there, which I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I personally have noticed quite a lot.
Yeah, I see that as a constant discourse in the community, where, you know, it's not a super time-consuming grinding game and people want it to be, you know. But I kind of accepted a long time ago that, like, if you want to play the game for extra amounts of time, you got to do what I'm doing right now and just run around mindlessly kill stuff. And if you're not okay with that, then, you know, maybe it's just not a game that you enjoy. I think people are kind of stuck living in the future with it. Like, I said this earlier that, like, I think Genshin's already a good game. It's already a really good game. And I know that people want more from it. And of course we always are going to want more from it. But I do feel a sense that, like, there are a lot of people who are living with potential. You know, they just, all they see is potential with Genshin, and they don't actually have anything they really stick around for in the current game state. And it's like a constant tug between those people and the people who are more casual and kind of just don't mind where the direction of the game is going.
Well, like, let me ask y'all this: if they add, you know, more, quote unquote, in game, more stuff to do, how do they add it without making their casual base feel forced to do it? Like, how do they implement that? Because if they add in game and it gives a crap ton of rewards, and other stuff you can get from it, wouldn't that kind of make the casuals feel like, oh no, like I have no choice but to go and do this now because I'm missing out on a lot of stuff? How do they implement that? Because obviously right now they're targeting the casuals and they don't want to make their casuals feel left behind.
Well, I thought about this before, and I think the only way they can do that is if they end a casual equivalent endgame, if that makes sense. So like an extreme casual mode. So basically make this and tie like a similar type of rewards to it. So and make the players choose. So like if you do this event or this task and you claim these rewards, and it could be like so for example, casuals maybe don't care about artifact quality as much, because I know people who has the best characters in the game and they even got lucky with constellations, but they are like Abyss 4, Floor 4. They've never passed Floor 4 and they have level 90 characters. Like, it's true. There are people who just don't care about that content and they want to do other things. But first and foremost, Hoyoverse needs to populate the game with something that the casuals can care about. The hardcores want better artifacts, we want better weapons, we want more primo gems to summon for the characters so we can get stronger for the weapons, constellations, whatnot. And I think they need to kind of have a forkway to take casuals in one direction and to take hardcores in another direction. Only then would they be able to cater the next level of difficulty for both, right? Casuals can get more casual, if that makes any sense. They can go extreme casual, and hardcores can go really hardcore, and tie two separate rewards that you can only claim one per cycle, kind of like the BP, right? It operates on a cycle, and you can only claim one reward. So if you want to be casual, go do your casual tasks, right? Go chill, cut trees, whatever.
That's actually a really good idea. No, I that's actually like, they could do a teapot version and like a super abyss version. And if you if you pick the teapot version, then literally all you have to do is teapot tasks. But if you pick the super hard abyss version, it opens up an entirely new combat endgame for you.
Yeah, and you gotta go do the new endgame content. And then at the end, the rewards even out. So the casuals win, the hardcores win. But they don't have the foundations in place for something like that.
Well,
Okay, but another question then. Let's say they add this hardcore endgame, right? What's the cutoff point? And by cutoff point, I mean, how hard do you make it? Do you make it so it's as hard for even the C6 R5 people, or do you where's the cutoff point? Because I feel like if you don't have a cutoff point, you make it too hard, and then people are going to complain about that, and then only the Giga Whales are going to be able to clear it, right? But then you're going to also have the Giga Whales be like, well, this is still too easy.
Yeah, Matchin, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to mention it. I think like they could balance it so the rewards are given even if you're a free-to-play player. So if you're a hardcore free-to-play player, you're able to clear the content to get the rewards. But the waves, you could say afterwards, they can even go even further for the whales. And they have just minor extras, like Mystic Force.
one thing I might want to add is the fact that this type of content should not be time gated, because normally when they release content, it's always based on time. Even the Spiral Abyss is based on time, even though it's enough time, it's based on time. We have already models of reward systems that cater both to free-to-plays, hardcores, whales, and low spenders, and that's with both the Dragonspine, the Chasm reward system. You have to explore, you have to go look for things, and they give you stuff. And that's what they reward is exploration. What they reward is you going out there to play the game. And the beauty about it is that it's not tied to any resin system whatsoever. You can take 5 minutes and just progress 1%. You can take an hour and progress 10%. It doesn't matter. It's on your own pace. So I think that more content or more mechanics or systems where you get the same rewards based on activities, not based on your power level, should be something that the entire community could appreciate. Yes, of course, there should be combat added to everything, because obviously if not, everything will go in a boring direction, everything will become stale. But I do believe that the game does have, in a certain way, a model for what could benefit the entire player base. The thing is, if they implement that type of model, it could be way too beneficial for the players, if you think about it, because we're getting rewards, everyone is being able to get more resources, and from what we have seen, when when it comes to Genshin and their resources, if it's a premium resource, that's how they treat it. They're never going to devalue it by giving it freely to the players, and I believe that that's one of the problems that we have when we discuss about adding more stuff to do. Like, they don't want to.
Yeah, Dante brings up a really good point, right? Like, and I think this kind of highlights almost everything we've been talking about. You see, it's a problem when the players get what they want and they're too happy, they're too content, it's too perfect. So, and it's funny because, like, Dante, you're absolutely right. I don't think Hoyoverse will ever get the player base to a place where they're fully content, or they're mostly content with what we have, because then it what's that thing called, like the post nut clarity, right? Like, when you get everything, it hits all the spots, like, oh my god, and then you have that clarity and you're like, wait a freaking minute, like, I guess that's all I wanted, right? Like, I got everything I want. And what happens to people, or to us, when we get our hands on the things that we want? We start caring about it less. I think a lot of Genshin's magic, which even now it's like kind of drifting away, is in the fact that we don't have everything, and that there's potential, and that potential is what keeps people hoping, coming back, looking at leaks, getting excited, right, and generating it with the hype. And I think Dante was saying it, like, Hoyoverse just can't give it to us. Like, it's too perfect. It's you, like, not only do you have great combat events, you have great casual events, you also get rewards based on it, and on the side you got like explorations, new zones, right? And you have enough primo gems to pull for the characters that you want. Then the game loses its magic.
The promise of a better future, but not the guarantee of a better future, if you will.
But I don't know, man. Like, it's kind of weird for me because I've played games in the past that have made pretty much majority of their community pretty much content and happy, and those games are still running till this day, and the community is still happy. So why can't Hoyoverse do it?
If I may, I think they're doing this on purpose because they want to create an addiction to trying to beat the odds. People get addicted to gamble, and part of the allure of gamble is, this time I will win, this time I will beat the odds, this time I will be the winner. So, in a certain way, the entirety of Genshin is designed to do that. Make you wish and make you expect that you will eventually beat the odds, beat the game, beat the system, if you will. So maybe that's why they're not doing it. But that's just my theory.
I know Dante's gonna hate me for this one because me and Dante talk a lot, but I always bring up Azure Lane. He's gonna hate me for this. But, till this day, Azure Lane, it's about almost 2 years now. Almost 2 years since they added the end game to Azure Lane, another gacha that I used to play. Well, I play sometimes now, but till this day, bro, almost 2 years, they are still updating that end game, and people, like, the community, I want to say, like, it's like 80-20 to like satisfaction rate. Like, the community is still just so positive and happy. So, like, that's why I'm just like, I hear what you're saying, Walrus and Dante, but why can't, if one company can do it, why can't a company as smart as Hoyoverse do it? You see what I'm saying? Like, if Hoyoverse is not stupid, they know what they can do. So that's what I'm just like Why can't they do it?
This is where I think I fully believe Hoyoverse has crunched the numbers. They've held like board meetings, they've sat down and analyzed it with whatever. They might have ran surveys or they tried it with other projects. They probably know that what they're doing right now will maximize profits over the long run, as opposed to doing it the other way. Not saying the other way can't generate profits or it's not efficient or it's, you know, of course we all want to create win-win scenarios, but I think Hoyoverse wants that their win to be much bigger than our win, which us be like our being the community. They want to make us feel like we're winning, right? But oh, if you just play the events as a free-to-play, you can get all the characters, right? That's a win. That's a win. Really, as a free-to-play game, Genshin is good. They've done a great job at balancing the meta with 4 stars, 5 stars, and giving us constellations. And that's a win for us. But their W is like an annual $3 billion revenue gacha game W. That's a much bigger W, right? And I think they've really worked this out internally to be able to confidently sit there and ignore all this criticism and go forward with their own model, knowing that they got a grip on us as tight as, you know, as tight as they think they do.
I don't know though, because if their goal was to make as much money as possible, then the current state of Genshin does not indicate that they are trying to make as much money as possible. Because like the game is, you know, if you care about bandwagon theory and you care what game is popular, and that's what makes, you know, that the Genshin is dying. It's a dying game right now, according to metrics online that people apparently care about. And so no, they're not just doing everything they can to make money, I don't think. Like, I think if you want my honest opinion, I just think that they don't really care what it feels like to the players for their game to be developed. They're developing a game in front of us and they don't care how that feels to us. They're not in a rush to satisfy our needs in the development process. They're just worried about developing the world and the game. And like Lei said, if they add in game, I think it's going to be in years from now. I think once all the major region content is done and their development team is more free to work on other things, then they'll probably look towards other modes of like game modes and stuff like that. But to be honest, I just think they don't care that like if you play right now, we're like early adopters and they kind of view us as just like, not like guinea pigs, but like for all they care, we could come back in 2 years and pick up the game and start fresh, and they just wouldn't care. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yes, I hear you. But okay, Flo, I'm not calling, I don't mean this in a bad way, bro. I love you, but you're one of the few people I know that truly enjoy like running around, killing all the mobs and exploration and stuff, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Yeah,
But
no, I know.
if most people I talk to say that exploration's like the main thing for Genshin. Do you agree?
I don't think exploration's the main thing. I think that it is a very large part of the game. Yeah.
But what if they made endgame for exploration? Because right now, I'm gonna be honest with you, for 90% of the player base, there's just no reason to run around and farm mobs if you already have enough materials, right? But if they gave us a reason to actually explore the map, even if we 100%ed it, by adding extra quests and like extra daily quests and stuff that was, you know, tied to getting extra resources, do you think that would help?
It might help. It's just a carrot chasing a stick, though. Like, I'm gonna be quite frank with all of you. Like, I see that most people don't enjoy Genshin unless there's a reward. I like running around killing the mobs. Yeah. I know there's no point. I'm like wasting my time right now doing it, but I enjoy doing it because I like Teyvat. I like the world. I like the characters. And so spending time here, it's like, maybe it's like a safety blanket. Maybe you can view it like that. It's like my safety blanket. I can always come home to Genshin and run around and kill mobs. And I can do that all day. I could do that for like 3 hours, and it's just kind of mindless comfort, I guess, you know?
Bro, you say that, but one time on stream, you went so hardcore. I think you finished like the entire world in like an hour and a half.
Yeah, well, that was back when it was just Leeway and Mondstadt. It was really easy to do that. Now it's a lot harder. It's bigger now.
You were like, oh, there's nothing else to kill.
Yeah, no, I used to go into co-op and farm elites in other people's world because I would run out of elites in my world, and then I would go to other people's world to keep farming.
One thing I can say that it's very interesting that Flo said is normally the player base is not content if there's no reward, and in a certain way, yeah, I can agree. We've all been accustomed to we do something only if there's a reward. Like you have to give us something in order for us to care. So I think that at the very beginning, I don't know if this is only me or if other people will share my sentiment, but I started playing the game not because of the gacha. I didn't even knew how gacha worked. I was this is my first gacha game. I started playing the game and I enjoy the game because of the story. I fell in love with Genshin because of the story, so perhaps instead of giving us rewards, Hoyoverse could give us more story, more things to do based on quests, on stories. They could, I mean, I don't know how they manage their resources, but they could probably start voicing more stories in the game, like voice acting more stories, not only giving us text or stuff like that, and incentivizing us to play based on interacting with the characters. They have hangout quests, but once they're done, they're done. But if you give us every single patch more stories or more stuff to do, if they don't want to give us resources, if they don't want to give us premium resources like primogems, then give us a story. Give us something else that we can do and that we can enjoy. Make us fall in love again with the game. That would be probably what I would say. I genuinely want to continue playing Genshin, and I want to enjoy Genshin for what it is. A great game with a great story that we have to look forward to. So I don't know if I'm alone in this, or what do you guys think on this?
Oh, Dante, we had this discussion yesterday. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? It was very recent, but I
Yes.
told you that, you know how every time you get on my account, you literally like cringe because I have no exploration done and I have so many chests to get. I have so many story quests to do. I still haven't done the latest Archon quest, and I still haven't even done my freaking Kokomi story quest. And I have done like no hangouts except for Diona. And you just cringe every time you come into my world. I think you're gonna kill me. Like, but I told you the reason I don't do that stuff. It's not because I'm lazy. It's not that I don't have time. It's because I'm scared to run out of content, bro. Like, I do not want to get on one day and have nothing to do, because exploring and killing stuff like Flo does is not my cup of tea. Like, it's good that he likes it, but for me, it's not my thing. So every day I get on and I have the option to do a quest or something involved with the story, I'm glad I have it. I'm just scared. I'm scared I'm going to run through it. And if I get on one day and I run through all my story quests and all my hangouts and all my world quests, for me, I have nothing to do. And I just don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I do think content. I mean, I totally feel what you're saying, that there's like this existential dread, and I know, I understand that. Like when you're like, especially if you're a mid-game Genshin player and you're listening to this, like when you hear Zhang Li say "don't rush," you have no idea what that means, because all of us do. As anyone who started Genshin at the beginning of it, because the hype was too much for the game. The game, there's like, let's think about the hype compared to what was actually in 1.0. Genshin was an empty game in 1.0. Like, there is nothing to do in Mondstadt or Leeway. And that's as someone who likes to run around and just randomly kill things, Mondstadt and Leeway is like legitimately boring. Like, Inazuma is a breath of fresh air because there's actually more mobs to kill there. And so is Enkanomiya and the Chasm. But like Mondstadt Leeway is just incredibly dry, boring. Once you get the chest, there's really nothing to do there. And yeah, no, I mean, I just can't believe that the game had as much hype as it feels like everyone had rose-colored glasses. Because like, why are you so in love with a game that has almost nothing in it? You know, that's how I feel about a lot of people that started the game early, is that they like their expectations were so far beyond what the game actually was at the time that it was like they were in their mind playing a different game. They were playing this anime MMO online raid co-op infinite gacha game or something, like this perfect game, you know. And I just think that maybe those high expectations are going to kill Genshin, because maybe people just can't get over it. Maybe people have seen too far into what Genshin could be, and they just can't accept Genshin for what it is. And just maybe that's just what it is.
Yeah, we have the perfect guest though for this. We literally have the perfect guest. Thank God Walrus is here. Walrus, as someone who understands Chinese, I have seen it so many times, man, on whether it's Reddit or YouTube comments or Twitter. I see it so much, especially now with this delay, that people are saying the Genshin devs did not expect Genshin to be as big of a game as it is. I need you to confirm this, bro. Since you can actually understand Chinese and you can actually read that stuff, like, is it true? Did they really not think Genshin would be as big as it is? Were they not ready for this?
Yeah, it's true. It's because, like, I think they expected it to succeed. I think there was no doubt in their mind that it was going to rival, if not surpass, Honkai's success. But I remember them, the director coming out and saying in an interview that he himself did not expect how explosive this was. Maybe he was expecting more of a slow growth process, but not not whatever happened back in patch 1.0. So I think they have a plan, and it's been proven to us that they chose to stick with that plan as opposed to accelerate the game for the sake of pleasing the player base. It's not that I know for a fact that the Genshin devs know what the problems is, what the community concerns are. They are just actively choosing to stick with their original plan, because you guys know this. They said they have a 10-year plan for Genshin, right? So regardless of how successful the game has become, they've chosen to stick with that. So that's what I can say for sure.
Well, yeah, you know, when Genshin came out, it was also like what, right when COVID was like at its worst in the world, right?
Yeah.
But tell me, do you think that if Genshin had not come out during that time, it wouldn't have been as successful?
Yep, there's no way it would have been this big. No way.
Yeah, there was also a huge lack of games at the time. Like, I distinctly remember people saying, I want to quit Genshin, but what else am I gonna play? You know, like that used to be a really big issue, and I'm actually very glad now that, you know, like Lost Ark and other, like I keep bringing up other games, but like other games are coming out, and that's good for gamers in general. You know, like to have only one option of a game to play is not a good feeling. It makes you feel trapped. That's bad.
Yeah, I think Genshin suffers largely. I think to summarize what we've been talking about for the past little while, I think we might have to move on.
Yeah, we've been on this topic forever.
Yeah, I kind of just like we took tangents and it took another tangent. We're like now in the suburbs. So I just want to just close my thoughts at least. It's just that Genshin's biggest problem right now is culmination to its entire focus being on characters, right? Like, I'm sure this topic has been talked about over and over again, but this is a big problem in that if you don't care about the characters, the lore kind of falls apart. The new zones start to mean less, and what are you even saving primo gems for if you're not interested in the characters and whatnot, right? And blah blah blah. And I think it's gone to a point, and people have started to get the clarity that characters aren't as important as what they used to think they are, or at least they're the dream is kind of falling apart here, right? And they're like, oh, I built 3 to 4 teams. I think even free-to-plays nowadays have 3 teams, maybe even 4 teams of well-built characters. How many more? 5, 6, 7, 8? Like, you're gonna build 10 different teams of 4-unit rosters for what? Right? And like, basically people are now just pulling for characters that they like. So we're kind of really in this state where not only is the content kind of lacking and slowing down, but people's desire meters are kind of lowering as well. And when Genshin put so much into their characters, and then now having the characters not really be able to entice people like they used to, I feel at least, you know, it really highlights their business model here, and it's a miracle that they've been able to do this for almost 2 years and holding it to such a like so successfully doing this, pulling this off, that I think this correction, kind of like if you guys do investment, like this could be said to be a correction of some sort, and their players should bleed away into different genres, games, and whatnot to even out, because what Genshin had was not normal. That was it's crazy what Genshin had, and I think this. And I think even cutting Genshin's player base by another 20-30% is very normal. And I think Genshin, the dev, this might be a tinfoil hat statement, Genshin devs are probably happy to return back to this state so they can actually develop the game for like on the pace and towards the direction that they originally wanted without so much backlash. And these people finally find new games that they can enjoy. I think Genshin devs, to an extent, will be happy to see this normalize. So that's yeah.
I agree, Walrus. Like, I think the Genshin devs want people to quit. I think they want a significant portion of the community to quit. Like, for real, I agree. Like,
Yeah.
they want the people who are vocal to quit so they can just develop their game at the pace they want to. I really do believe that. I 100% agree.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Dante.
Yeah, a word of advice for anyone that's hearing this, whether you are advanced in the game or starting or on the mid, don't rush the game. A lot of activities will give you primogems, even the ones that are permanent, like the hangout quests and all that stuff. But don't rush it. Enjoy and take your time, and just be happy with the game that you have. Don't do what I did. Primogems, they can be very tempting to get as fast or as soon as possible, but if you reach that point, it will happen what we've been talking about, that you might be tempted to quit. And the point is that we want everyone to enjoy this game and have a very healthy community that we're all supporting each other, playing and enjoying. So for the sake of your own sanity, just take your time and enjoy it little by little. That's all my 2 cents that I wanted to give on this.
Absolutely. I've been ever since, like, I did have a time where I sped through all the content so hard I didn't have literally anything to do. And I agree with Lay, and learning content pacing can be important. If you can really speed through a game, if you're really hardcore as a gamer, just realize that Genshin doesn't require you to try at all. It doesn't require you to care like that hard. Like, you can just take your time and enjoy the content, and you don't need to really rush through it. But this will actually lead into another topic, which I think is a really good transition. And I wanted to ask you about this, Walrus, because I saw recently, I saw that you applied for the Zenless Zone Zero beta, and I saw that in the beta description, they say this is going to be an action game. Like, and the trailer didn't show any exploration, didn't show any open world. It looks like they're gonna have to make it different from Honkai, because it looks like Honkai. It looks like a you're gonna spawn in, fight a bunch of stuff game. Do you think, I'm starting to think that maybe Zenless Zone Zero is their response, is the Genshin end game, because it looks very much like Genshin in a stylistic sense. But it looks like it's going to be like, screw the story. Like, the story looks silly. It doesn't look that serious. Like, screw the story, screw the exploration. It's all combat. Do you think that they're hoping to drag players from Genshin that want a more combat focused kind of thing and just move them over to Zenless Zone?
Yeah, I think they're just trying to dominate all the markets. They're just trying to make a product for every single market. So if, like, it doesn't matter what you want, there will be a game that is made by Hoyoverse for you. And I think that's their response, like you said, to, I think people were asking that, oh, are you sure Hoyoverse doesn't care about losing players and profits? Well, they're not really losing the players and the profits. They're just trying to put them into other areas. And of course, people are going to bleed away, but I think that's something Hoyoverse just has to accept. And for a big corporation, you have to be smart enough to accept that you can't capitalize on all the profits, right? 3 billion a year is not going to be every year until your company closed down. Right? It's not realistic. So I think Zenless Zone Zero is a great response, honestly, to the current state of what we have in Genshin Impact. And I think the timing is, again, I don't know how they do it. The timing is great, along with their even very recent announcements of Star Rail. I think all of this stuff is a great marketing move by Hoyoverse to capitalize before Tower of Fantasy even has a time like to breathe, right? Like we were thinking, wow, look at Tower of Fantasy. They're really, giving a great uppercut to Genshin and Hoyoverse, and then Hoyoverse give them like 2 wide swings, one to the left jaw, one to the right, and now Tower of Fantasy is the one in like shaking in their boots. Really, Hoyoverse has a great way to do this.
I really want to say like what I want to say, but I can't cuss because of flow. I was gonna do like gotcha, you know what I mean? Like the gotcha. That's what Hoyoverse is doing right now.
Yeah.
But what I'm hearing is basically, if y'all are right, and Zenless is the Genshin in-game for Genshin players, so you're saying all the toxic players are gonna go over to Zenless and Genshin will be healthy in the future?
No, it just means that everyone will be in a place where they feel more at home. Like seriously, I just think that like I've known, okay, for example, I have known some more hardcore Genshin players that go play Honkai and they like Honkai more because it is grindier, it is way more hardcore, and it is it's probably closer fitting to what a lot of those players are looking for, more so than Genshin probably. So I could see them just doing that with Zenless, because I mean really Genshin, if we're being honest, probably takes more development than a game like Zenless would, simply because of the scale of the world and stuff like that. That just takes a lot of time and effort for them to design, but they could probably pump out a game like Zenless like easy. I mean, it really didn't look like the environments were complicated at all. It looks pretty easy for them to just pump that out. I mean, we've seen how fast they can pump out Genshin characters, right? So like making these characters for this new game is not going to be an issue for them. They've got that in the bag. Yeah. So what I guess kind of what I wanted to just point the conversation to is like, what kind of game do we think, because they haven't said yet, what kind of game do we think Zenless will be? Like, fighting game, or like, what do we think?
I don't know what it's gonna be, but I just feel bad for Walrus because he's not gonna be able to play as that pink-haired girl on stream without getting demonetized. So she's already off the books, unfortunately, for your Walrus.
Well, we'll work things out. I think exceptions could be made, right? I'm definitely gonna go, and I think there's another character that's even more dangerous. But thank goodness,
Yeah, you can't play those characters on stream.
The cat girl, the cat girl who was wagging her tail in the trailer. I think that one looks like a 4-star character, so I think we're safe with that one. But we'll see. The pink-haired one looks kind of like an early game character, anyways, and I'm sure they'll have better waifus in the long run. Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, Hoyoverse really amped up the skimpiness with that as well. Like, dude. Seriously, like Hoyoverse at this point can release an entire lingerie, like clothing apparel line. They can legit just go design lingerie and stuff, and I think it'll be, Victoria better guard. Like Victoria might let the secret out of the bag, if you know what I mean. If you want to stay competitive with what Genshin's got going on.
Bro, this world is so screwed because like every reaction video I saw at Zenless, when that pink-haired girl got on the stream, every single person, it's, oh my god, what is this world becoming?
I just laughed. I couldn't stop. I just thought it was the funniest thing that I've ever seen in my entire life because it was so shameless. I just couldn't handle it, man.
Someone said, "Oh yeah, those are big weapons, all right."
I don't know if it's only me, but does this game make gives you like turn-based RPG type of vibes. Like it's going to be Earthbound type of game, but with better graphics. Or is it just me?
I honestly think it's just gonna be my Hoyo's version of what's that game you play? Flow PGR.
Oh, Punishing Gray Ravens.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Hoyo's version of that.
That sounds probably accurate. I could see that. I'm kind of thinking that the only way they can make it, I heard someone else say this in my stream, and I think it makes sense. Like the only way they can make it different enough from Honkai is I think they're gonna make it like a roguelike game. Like it's gonna be like a dungeon crawler, I think.
Oh my god, I would love that so much. I love
Alright,
games.
I'm gonna expose myself real quick. I need y'all can go ahead and laugh at me. I don't care, but I'm not smart. Pretty dumb. I don't know what the hell a roguelike is. Can someone explain?
Yeah, like Binding of Isaacs. Do you know that game?
Dang, I must be sleeping under a rock because I've never heard of that in my life.
Do you know Hades?
Yes.
Yeah, Hades is a roguelike game. It's like you have runs of the game that are determined by RNG and your skill, and basically the game is infinite. It's a loop. You can just play forever, and the reason that's so loopable is because, you know, of all the randomness, and each time you go through the game, it's different. So that's kind of the appeal of those, and I could see that being the niche that like Star Rail's is not going to fill that niche. It's not going to be grindy enough. It's going to be heavily story and strategy based. I have a feeling Star Rail is going to be more like a puzzle game than an action game. And for them to make Zenless like a roguelike that have like sort of like that dungeon crawler, infinite dungeon feel, I think would be really like the one market that they could hit. Like, because otherwise if it's just an action game, then that kind of means that they're going to shut down Honkai.
But I think I don't know, man. Honkai is pretty good for a couple of years, in my opinion, because they have a pretty dedicated base.
Exactly, but that's why I don't think they want to compete with Honkai. But like I said, like if Zenless is just another action game, then like how is it any different than Honkai? Like how is it not a competition with its own with themselves? Like it has to be different enough. Like otherwise, like why would they make the game if it's just like Honkai, you know?
Yeah. What are y'all gonna do as the two content creators? Let's say Honkai Star Rail and Zenless come out both in the future at the same, like they exist at the same time. Let's say you both end up falling in love with both games. Are y'all just gonna become Hoyoverse streamers and just stream every single one of their games?
Hey, if they'll give me a sticker and pay me some money, then hey, no, I'm kidding. Go ahead, Walrus.
I'll definitely play the game that's more streamable and easier to make content for, and I'll play the other one on the side as my off game, and maybe I'll cover the news for it every now and then. Like I don't want to sound like I'm doing it for the views, but I want to do it for the people who cares about it more. You know what I'm saying? If let's say I make Star Rail content and people just don't care, they're like, oh, you know, I'm not interested into watching, then why would I do that? Even if I enjoy it, I enjoy in both ways, the discussion, the response, as much as the delivery, right? So if people just respond to, let's say, ZZZ better, Zenless, then of course I'm gonna be focused on making Zenless content, because if people enjoy it, people want to talk about it for whatever reason. It may be the way the game is designed leans better into making videos talking about it, right? And then maybe it's not my cup of tea, right? For example, Flo and I don't see either of us being like intense mathematical people, being like running charts and code lines to figure out optimal play styles. So if let's say Star Rail ends up being a game that requires that to make meaningful content where people only watch you if you are that analytical guy, I don't see Flo and myself being in that community per se. But Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check both games out. Even if I don't make it into beta, I think I'll at least wait until it comes out then.
What about
Yeah.
you, Flo? If you end up liking one of those two games, will you still be mainly Genshin?
Well, so I'm already not interested in Star Rail. Like, I've never liked turn-based games.
Come on, man, you gotta give it a try. Like, at least give it a try.
I mean, maybe. If I'm not feeling like right now, I'm already playing enough games. I don't feel like I want another game. Like, honestly, I'm kind of worried these games are going to come out like lickety split because like I need to like beat Elden Ring or something before that happens. Cause I'm like, I feel like I have plenty to do, but, yeah, I mean, in Zenless looks interesting. It looks interesting. I'll try that one for sure. I'm not opposed to making content on a different game. Like the reason I make Genshin content is because I like Genshin. So like if I like another game.
Cat's gonna drop a video about Star Rails and it's gonna get like 2.3 million views, and the next day you see his entire channel banner is different. His like intro music is like the Star Rail theme, and he's like, "Yo guys, welcome back to another Star Rail video." That's how a lot of Genshin YouTubers popped off. They were just making videos because they were like, "Oh, why not?" And then they just popped up, and now they can't stop.
Yeah, for real. Ain't that the truth? But
Star Rail is definitely like the sleeper. Like, I think Star Rail is either gonna shock people and be much better than people like expect because it's a turn base, or it's gonna flop. Like I'm scared for Star Rail.
yeah. Momo and Mateem, you haven't spoken in a while. Do you want to get some thoughts in on Zenless or Star Rail or any of that?
If I'm being frank, I have not looked into Star Rail at all, so I don't want to like talk out of my rear end and say something that's not true. So probably gonna sit out of this one a little bit.
Okay, have you seen that? You haven't seen the new Zenless trailer or anything?
I didn't see the trailer, but I was listening to what you guys heard, and I actually just filled out like the beta form because like if it's a roguelike game, I really like those games. Like I really like Binding of Isaac and all that. So I feel like it's definitely gonna keep people's attention, and like it will definitely bring more people to like Hoyoverse games, because right now, from what I know, Hoyoverse doesn't have a game that really caters to that side of people. And then if people find Zenless, where it's like this roguelike game, and they go over and they look at like Genshin, maybe they'll be more interested in that too. I think it's really smart if they open up their like wider player base to new genres and stuff, because it's just gonna bring more people in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I agree. You should check out the trailer though, for real. It looks good. It's very vague. We really, like, I'm saying it could be a roguelike game. I have no idea. Like, I'm just totally guessing. Like, I'm pretty much pulling that out of my butt. But the only reason I think that so strongly is just because I don't really know what else they could do. People were saying it was going to be a shooter, and that kind of made sense, right? Like, like they've definitely never done a shooter, so like that would make sense. But it's definitely not a shooter. Like we only saw like 1 or 2 characters with a gun, so them marketing it as like an action game is kind of interesting. It's like like I said, it's either going to be a direct competition with Honkai or not. But yeah, I think that would be great.
I will say, Zenless has me a little jealous because there were so many different like character designs, and like by character designs I mean body types, right? Genshin doesn't have that, and like I wish like Genshin would bring new like actual character designs. Like there was a guy in that trailer, obviously I don't know his name, but he had the perfect body that I wish Ito had, for example. Like much more like much more buff, and I'm just like, bro, like I'm kind of jealous. Like, why can't they do that for all their games?
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of Honkai people feel like that about Genshin, though.
One thing that I absolutely loved about the trailer was the music. It was on point. It made me vibe with the entire feel of the trailer so much, and I loved it a lot. It's very well made. It definitely draws the attention to wanting to experience and to play this new game. I can say that much.
I mean, I'm gonna be real, Joe. I don't really have much else to say about Sims.
Yeah, that's fine. Anyone else have any other thoughts on that before we move on?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Looks cool. If you plan on streaming it, be careful. Just be careful.
FBI knocking at your door. All right. Well, then we pretty much, I mean, there were some other topics Genshin related. We kind of hit a good amount of it. I mean, like the one Genshin topic left would be, will Dendro Traveler be the only free Dendro unit? And we can maybe hit that and just move into open chat discussion. Like basically after this, we're just chatting with chat.
I say, can we give Walrus? I think we should give the guest one topic of their choosing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, sure. Walrus, do you have anything in particular you want to talk about on the stream?
You know, I haven't really. Let me think here. Because if I were to talk, it's gonna loop back to Genshin again, and a lot of what I'm thinking about is very speculatory, because I'm always interested in what Hoyoverse is up to and thinking, and I think, yeah, and this is something I think Matt and Momo can jump back in as well. It's that do you guys foresee Genshin to, like, with the release of Dendro and Sumeru, do you guys foresee its popularity spiking again, or do you guys think it will be a successful release? And I think I want to focus more, if you guys have any thoughts on Dendro and its reactions, and what you would like that to be, and how you would like that to impact the current game state, and maybe just let's talk a little bit about reaction balancing and it's the dominance of Pyro and whatnot and stuff like that, because that's very near, right? That's like the nearest big thing that's about to happen, which could really shake up the game for good or worse.
Yes. Okay. Right up my alley. Yes, I think Sumeru will be the most successful region release when it comes to bringing new players and veterans back to the game. I don't think, and all because it's Dendro. We don't have it. It's a new element, new reactions, new way to play the game. I don't think those elements. Like, literally, like the thing carrying Sumeru for me is that it's a new element, and we're getting brand new ways to play the game.
Yeah, we lost you for just a second there. You said, I don't think Fontaine, and then I think you were about to say it's going to bring like anything as changing.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, I don't think Fontaine, Notland, or Shinez Knight. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
I don't think any of the last after Sumeru are gonna be as impactful, just because we are getting a new way to play the game because of Dendro, and because of Dendro, there's gonna be new team compositions, things that we don't work now, or we think don't work now. Obviously, I don't know because we don't have the final numbers, but can potentially be extremely good in the future just because of Dendro.
So you're saying Genshin's gonna peak with Sumeru? Like that's basically the next big peak, and we're not gonna see one for a long while, if ever again.
It depends on what they do after Sumeru. Remember, you let me on your stream like a month or two ago, Walrus, and we were talking about the end game. It really depends on what they do after Sumeru. If Sumeru is just Inazuma, all over again, like the same way like they did the story and how they progressed the game, I don't see it peaking at Fontaine. I think at Fontaine, if they don't make a significant change to the quote unquote end game, the most vocal minority of the community are going to be gone by that time because they're not going to sit here and wait anymore. And you can actually say that's kind of a good thing. It's a good and bad thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now it's just too difficult to know like if Sumeru is going to be the peak because like Leia was going over briefly, we just don't know like what Fontaine is going to be like. It could be like it could change the game entirely. We just don't know. So yeah, that's really all I gotta say.
Like the Dendro reactions have been leaked. We don't have final numbers though. Like that's the thing. Like no one has final numbers, but it's already getting doom posted. Like we literally only know the names of the reactions and what elements it reacts with. Like that's literally all we know. We know nothing else. That's all that's been leaked. Like literally. But people are already doom posting it and saying it's gonna be crap. And I'm just like, that's one thing that's always triggered me, Walrus, about this community, is the amount of people who just give up on something before it's even in the game. I don't understand that.
That's what happens when, it's like these theory crafters, they have a lot of responsibility when it comes to leading their communities to be more open-minded, and because it kind of goes against their philosophy, right? They test and then they find results and then they share it. And I think it's really such a shame that the community doesn't really try to make things work. If something comes out and it's underwhelming, people seem to want the work done for them by the developers as opposed to doing the work themselves as players. If that makes any sense. And that's such a shame, because I think there's so much potential in a lot of what Genshin has offered. Yeah, like as a meme, if you're building a superconduct team, you're doing something wrong, right? Like you're building a team just around superconduct to do damage with the reaction. You're doing something wrong. But I think a lot of what Genshin has that's going for it is variety, options with different characters with their reaction. And I think just because Dendro reaction come out and maybe on paper it may not seem that impressive, people are too quick to give up because things are too easy now. And this is just going outside of Genshin, but because like it's too easy, we get things so easy now. Even as a free-to-play player, if you want a character, all you have to do is log in and play the game, do the events, and you can get your character. Free-to-play characters are really strong. We got everything we could ever hope for, and I think people, there's just no satisfying people. And again, like Dendro could come out and could be like busted, and people could still find something to be upset about. And I think we just have to be very careful how we lean into the negative side of stuff, because a lot of the times it could be that they're just hating for the sake of hating, right? They just don't have things to be happy about.
Yeah, I will say just as a quick point to validate what you're saying, like I think probably one of the best examples of that is Kokomi, because Kokomi wasn't in her best state when she came out, but when a couple YouTubers made videos of her with them building her with crit and stuff, trying to do vape damage, and it just wasn't working, it felt like everyone just was like, oh, well then she's useless. And everyone just stopped trying to build her or stopped trying to utilize her well. And it just became, a huge meme to just trash on her. But I think that's like a perfect example. It's like everyone was just like, well, they need to fix Kokomi. It's like, well, maybe we're just not building her right because we don't have units like her normally. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she got a lot more love on her second rerun. Like, literally, like, if you go back on her initial release and look at tier list, people have her in, like, F tier. But if you look at tier list now, they have her in, like, S tier. And it's like, whoa, what happened?
So, Lei, I heard you bring up something about like the Dendra reactions getting linked or leaked, and that totally reminded me of something that I was thinking about. I think me and Flo talked about this briefly. I can't remember, but I don't understand why Genshin can't do something like I think it was in Chivalry 2's beta, where they just put like your UID as a watermark in the center of your screen, so people can't leak that stuff without getting a a little funny lawyer on their door. Like I feel like that would solve the problem of number one leaks, and people doom posting about things that aren't even in the game or not even permanent yet. You know what I mean?
That's why I've been saying, like, people call me crazy. Like, I'm like the tinfoil crazy guy. I kept saying, like, you guys can go to my videos way back in patch 1 point something, and I said that Hoyoverse wants leaks. They just put this. Okay, this is the thing, right? They put this front. So what do you think? What do you guys are gonna do if I suddenly say like, oh guys, dude, I accidentally did something. It's in my Discord server. Don't go check it, guys. Please don't go look at it. I'm trying my best to take it down right now. Now you guys are gonna be thinking, what the hell did he post in his Discord server? Right? So Hoyoverse is coming out and saying, oh, don't look at leaks. Oh, people, stay away from leaks. We're actually hunting down leakers. We're gonna go file lawsuits against them, and we're gonna have this whole debacle. Now, what does the community think? Like, oh, like what the hell are in those leaks? Now I want to look at those leaks. I keep saying Hoyoverse wants leaks to exist, but they want it to exist in a form where it's easier for Hoyoverse to monitor them and to release them to, like, release the information to the public. Like Momo was saying, they can fix it so easily. If they really wanted to stomp it out, it's easy for them, right? Their legal team can easily dish out these notices, and they actually can copyright, get those people's accounts banned, right? All these YouTube channels could be terminated in a week. It's easy for them. Why don't they do it? It's because they want it. They want it like this. They prefer it like this to generate hype and excitement. But on the surface, they have to deny it. But that in of itself generates more viewership and interest towards the leaks. It's like a cycle for them.
I have to agree 100%. Because when you think about it, leaks keep the community expecting new things. They keep the community with hope that there is going to be something that they like, they want, or they desire. Leaks in a certain way have become part of what most of the community expect to have, because they now have something to look forward to. It's not, they don't feel like they're just trapped on this single patch. For a lot of people, they want to look what the future holds. They want to have a certain certainty of what they're going to be getting or what they can be expecting. So in a certain way, I think that Hoyoverse does realize that. And they do want leaks, just like Walrus said, because in a certain way, it keeps the community engaged with the game. It keeps the community looking forward to something to do in the game, and that in itself keeps the player retention in a way that the developers probably feel satisfied with. I believe.
Yeah, but Walrus, I think I'm definitely joining you in the tinfoil hat gang.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was tempted to say, Hoyoverse knows about the leaks thing and they're kind of using it, but it's good to know I'm not the only one thinking that, because it feels very obvious. I don't want to be repetitive, but like, if they really wanted to, they could fix it. Like, little watermark over your screen. Now no one can record videos without getting like a DMCA or something like that, or breaching their non-disclosure.
Me and Flo have been talking about this for a while. Walrus, I want to ask you, you agree? We think that, obviously we don't know. We could be wrong. But we think Kazuha is going to probably be the last rerun right before Sumeru, and the next big thing that's going to be like community changing, because let's be real, Kazuha is like once people realize they screwed up and now like 90% of the community wants Kazuha, I think Bahoyo's trying to give everybody the middle finger, and they're going to put Kazuha right before the next big thing, and now people are going to have to choose between him and whatever's coming that's amazing in the future.
Yeah, I think what's gonna happen is like it's basically they're gonna give you the finger, but very subtly, right? They're gonna put Kazuha the patch before the big Dendro patch, and then they're gonna put him as the first one. It's like, oh, you see, he's the first one, so you get him first, and then play through our freaking events and our, all that stuff, our content, so you can save up. They wouldn't put him at the second one because if they put him at the second one, that middle finger is too close and too, it's too raw. Like it's like this is what I've realized. Hoyoverse will make you choose. They'll put very tough. They'll put you in a very tough spot for the most part, but they always give you a way out as long as you play their game. As long as you dedicate yourself, body and soul, to their philosophies and their game design, then you won't get shafted as hard. You know what I mean? And I think you guys are right. Kazuha's probably gonna be the patch before the big Dendro patch. But I think he's not gonna be the last character, right? Like right before the patch. I think he's gonna be the first character.
Oh, he's gonna be the last character. Just like with Ayaka and Raiden, he's gonna be the last character, bro. Because let's be real, you could really put up a strong argument that Ayaka's the best DPS in the game. You could put up a very strong argument, or at minimum like top 2 or 3 in the game, right?
Yes.
They put Kazuha right before her, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. They're gonna put Kazuha right before the next big thing and give everybody the middle finger.
Well, if they do that, I guess then Dendro and Sumeru better slap hard. Because if they do that and Dendro and Sumeru doesn't, hit a home run, they're shooting themselves in the foot here.
It's to make you spend, though. It's to force more low spenders top up.
Yeah, maybe like $5 here, $10 there, right? And across maybe like 300,000-400,000 people doing that. Yeah, that's
exactly what happened with Ayaka. Like, there was a significant portion of people who realized right before Kazuha's banner left that he was really good. So they pulled for Kazuha and they had no choice but to top up for Ayaka.
I'm just going to say, I'm hearing every single one of you do this theory, and I realize I'm in extreme danger as someone who wants and is planning on wishing for Kazuha. So, for my sake and everyone else's, I hope that Hoyoverse do not give us the middle finger like you guys are predicting, because if not, I'm going to be in trouble.
Well, the thing is, the Primo Gem amount doesn't change, right? The amount of Primo Gems you get is unchanged. It's how you allocate them. So as long as you are planning to only pull for Kazuha and then the Dendro Archon, for example, that should remain unchanged. So I guess it really tests people on how they can hold on to their resources and don't waste them. And I guess we got this drought right now to get, like, if you have a what's that thing called? I haven't bought it in so Welcome Moon. If you have a Welcome Moon right now, just think of it as like an extra free period to just keep stacking up on Welcome Moons. You'll get an extra 10, maybe 20 pulls by the time patches come back. Yeah, we're like really grasping at straws here, but for people who want both Kazuha and potentially the Dendro Archon and have a very fair shot at getting both of them, I gotta say, it's not a bad time to be saving right now and just chilling.
You see,
who says it's going to be the Dendro Archon that's the next big thing? Because Raiden wasn't the first patch of Inazuma, so who's to say the Dendro Archon's going to be the first patch of Sumeru? Like, they could make one of the first new characters of Sumeru be just as broken as Kazuha.
And then you got the Dendro Archon to worry about as well. Then you'd be really shafted. I guess they have to do that to make you choose, right? They can't give the free-to-play that easy of a time to get away with.
Yeah.
Oh, you either gotta choose 2 out of the 3. You want these 2 broken characters or those 2 broken characters or whatever, right? Or you gotta fork over maybe $10, $20, $30 to get all 3 of them, or a chance at getting all 3 of them.
Yeah,
that's really tough.
That's what they did with Yoimiya. It was like Kazuha, Ayaka, and Raiden, like that, or Yoimiya. That's some competition right there, man.
Yeah, and I think there was a topic we were talking about earlier with FlowCat was saying that I forgot, it was like way earlier. Basically, free to plays don't have the luxury that we have as whales to play this game in aspects that they enjoy, right? I think FlowCat, me, we can still, and a lot of people who currently enjoy the game, I would say there's a decent amount who are spenders because we get to be selfish with what we pick and choose to play. A free-to-play player has to play the game within the timeline that Hoyoverse dedicates, right? It's during that event period, it only lasts for maybe 20 days. You better be playing during those 20 days. If you miss out and you don't get, let's say, the 3, 4, 500 primo gems or maybe 1,000 primo gems that was allocated to that event, you are boned. That's not coming back unless you pay. But for people who spend, we can be, oh, I don't want to play this event. Like me, I didn't play the Albedo, the second Albedo event. I don't even have his free-to-play weapon, right? But it doesn't affect me whatsoever because I have a plenty of 5-star weapons for him. And that's not something free-to-plays can afford, which I think in a way, free-to-plays might be severely more burnt out than some whales. And of course, some whales who refresh resin 5 times a day since the beginning, they're probably more burnt out and they play all the events. But I think it's fair to say that normally free-to-plays would be much more burnt out than the spenders because they played every single event up until
I have to fully agree with you. Actually, I haven't had the opportunity to talk with you very much, Walrus, but I completely agree with everything you're saying. As someone who started as a free-to-play, and I did every single event that ever came out because I was completely free-to-play. And little by little, I became a small spender by buying both the Welkin and the Battle Pass. I always felt, even when I was a small spender, that I was tied to do the events because if I didn't, I wouldn't have enough resources. And it does feel like sometimes you get burned out. Like it feels more like a chore, like something you have to do, that you're required to do in order to survive. You could say it financially on the game with the primogems. So by far, I can attest that what you're saying is absolutely 100% true, and the only way to survive the burnout, in my personal opinion, in my perspective, is treat Genshin like Lay 7 said before. Treat it as a side game because if not, it's really going to start wearing you down. Or play it with friends, like enjoy co-op just with friends, fool around, do whatever comes to mind, but you have to find a way to keep yourself motivated with the game because if not, you might actually experience quite the burnout. So I am happy that you brought this up.
Y'all don't understand. I talk to Dante almost every single night in voice chat, and I remember a few weeks ago, I said jokingly, "What if Ito and Kazuha were in the same patch? You could literally hear Dante's heart shatter. You could hear it shatter. Like it just broke into a million pieces, and like he started breathing heavy, and I was like, "Oh my god, bro, calm down. I was just joking. Like it's not serious, bro. Calm down. Like I was like, oh my god, like is it really that stressful, bro?" And it made me really realize like how much of a benefit it is that I can whale. And I need to start appreciating the things I have on Genshin a lot more because it's stressful for people out here, man.
And for full context, the thing is, I am kind of a masochist with my resources because my goal is to get C6 Ito. Thanks to Flow, I was able to get the Constellation 2 Ito with R1 Redthorn, but I am aiming to get the final 4 constellations, so I am literally hoarding every single primogen, and after that I want to get Kazuha. So that's where my pain came from, just to give you a little context on it.
Yeah.
Well, we have the pulling guru here in Walrus, so hey Walrus, how about we set it up for when Ito comes back, you pull for Dante on stream. give him some good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to. That's that's how I would imagine a free to play would react if they found out their two favorite characters were that close together, right?
Bro, I thought he was gonna cry. I really did. I thought he was gonna cry. I'm not like I thought Dante was gonna like break down. I was like, oh my god, I take it back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean it.
You know what that reminds me of? The Zhao Ganyu situation. Both are two very loved characters. You know, you got free to play, you know, Panic over here. Gotta think which one they want.
Yeah, and I think that's why free to plays are just so, and I think in a way, they're like the foundation of all games, the free to plays. They are, and I think Hoyoverse has really baited them in so expertly. Like this could be a master class at how you know, bait in a free-to-play community. And I made videos talking about this as well. Remember characters like Bennett, Xiangling, Xingqiu in patch 1.0? People didn't know they were OP back then, but as the game went on, you started realizing, wow, all this stuff we got for free are so damn good. In fact, no other new characters have ever come out to even, like, 4 stars, not even close to rivaling them, and 5 stars, some of them are on par with these characters, and of course we got Fischl as well. Look at how massively Hoyoverse did that from the very beginning to make sure free-to-plays were well taken care of, and then they subject them to this kind of psychological torment, which is, you know, these peculiar banner placements with how they, you know, squeeze resources to make sure that to get access to the premium products, you really have to bend over backwards and do your little dance for Hoyoverse and pray to RNGs that that you win.
All I can say to my fellow free-to-plays and low spenders is FlowChat, an amazing person that I love watching when people's on other people's accounts, as well as a Walrus. I absolutely love watching when you do pooling sessions. So if you are ever struggling with the existential dilemma of whether you're going to get a character or not, ask one of them. They're amazing on it. So don't fret too much.
So, I swear, this is another tinfoil hat. Like maybe Hoyoverse really has all the content creators like IP or something like tweaked a little bit, not enough to like matter, because we can never really get the enough math together to see if there's a difference. But really, content creators, streamer luck, I do feel like it exists because it's from a business perspective, we're the ones who's showcasing it to people, right? We're kind of, in a way, we can mislead people in a way to see like, oh, look how lucky this is. Oh, look, I won 50-50. And I think a lot of people, maybe they lost 50-50 and they're just now watching videos and they're like, damn it, like this guy won another 50. Oh, another 50. Oh, another 50-50. You know, fuck this. Oh, sorry, FlowCat. Sorry.
No,
like,
you're
oh,
good.
Screw this. I'm gonna go spend $50. It's just $20. I'll drop $20 to get to, you know, my 50-50. Stuff like that. And I think maybe this is extremely tinfoil. Maybe it's not true, but honestly, streamer luck feels real. I've never been this lucky.
I mean, it feels real to me because, like, so I've been whaling since before I became a content creator, and I lost over 20 50-50s before I became a content creator. And I did not, literally, Zhao, I lost a 50-50. I did not win 50-50s again. Okay, I won 50-50s on the Kazuha polls, but other than that, nothing, no luck. And then I become a content creator, and I mean, I'm happy that my luck is better because when you pull, I know Walrus, you understand this. When you pull on other people's accounts, like especially like people like Dante, you know, where it's like. It's not like that he can just whale and get his resources back. Like it's months and months of saving, and their hopes are on the line, and it's stressful, man. It's freaking, it's stressful.
It's really.
So if there's someone somewhere flipping switches, thank you, because.
Hey,
Hello,
Dante,
I do. Oh, yes.
Yeah, just you should definitely let Walrus pull for you. But the moment he gets that dang cat, you tell him to stop. You tell him to stop immediately. The amount of Dionas, I close my eyes at night and lost. That's all I see is Diona.
That's all he hears. Like he'll be like making dinner by himself in the kitchen, and suddenly he hears like "booze hound," and he just turns around like sweating.
Sometimes I call my own cat Diona.
Oh no.
I swear, Walrus was like, "Huh, this is a good chance to make a content video. Huh, we'll just screw this guy over."
But
Oh,
if
he can afford it.
if streamer's luck is real, I want to thank Flo so very much because thanks to you, not only was I able to win quite a lot of 50-50s, but I also managed to get the weapon fairly easy. So, Flo, thank you. You're awesome, man. Thanks to the streamer luck, I suppose.
No, well, thank the person at Hoyoverse that like flipped a switch for you and just.
Dude, I swear they had an intern on my stream when I was polling for late. Like it had to be an intern. They were like, "Oh, which switch? This one? That one?"
God.
And they're like, "No, not that one. Don't press that." Oh no, he pressed it. Well, rip. That's
And then he
pretty much what happened.
spited me. He spited me. After $800, he spited me on the last 10 pull. He pulled 3 times.
Oh my god.
Like we needed one more, and then we got 3 of them.
Listen, now that you guys called out streamer luck, your accounts are doomed. Hoyoverse knows that you've caught on, so they gotta like stop flipping switches as much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the
So
next
obvious.
couple of dudes that I'm summoning for are gonna get shafted.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
You know,
I'm
actually-
so
Actually, like not even tinfoil hat. So do you guys know Zach Aguilar, the guy that voices Aether?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he does videos of him pulling for the units and like talking to the voice actors, and they're really cool. You guys should check them out if you haven't. But he used to say that where he would say flip a switch, and it would work. He would get a 5-star as soon as he said flip a switch. But then he started talking about it and telling the stream, "I'm gonna say flip a switch, and then I'm gonna get a 5-star," and then it stopped working.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. This we don't even need a tinfoil hat anymore for this. It's true. It's true. But and now of course we talked about it. We brought attention to it. We're gonna get destroyed for the next couple of. Oh no! I have to do someone's. No, wait. I shouldn't have said that. Oh,
Hoyoverse,
I have to summon
Hoyo-
someone's missplitter. Oh no.
Oh no.
Hoyoverse snipers are ready now. They're ready now.
I'm on a list. I'm on a list.
They put you on the no streamer luck list.
Hey, Walrus, is there anything else you want to talk about, or can we move on to the next?
Yeah, let's move on to the next one.
All right, the Dendro Traveler, I believe, right?
I mean, that was a topic, is whether Dendro Traveler will be the only free Dendro unit. That was definitely one of the topic. I kind of. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say I have huge like copium. I think they're gonna give Yao Yao for free through an event because she's been known for so long. I think it's either gonna be Yao Yao or Baiju.
I have to.
I don't know if they would. Oh, sorry.
No. You know what, Momo? Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, I can't see them giving away a character like Baiju for free. Like, think about it. He's been in the game for how long, and it seems like people really like him. So it would be kind of a wasted opportunity for him to just be given for free. Like, think about the money Hoyoverse could make if they put him on a banner.
I said Yao Yao or Baiju.
Yeah.
In my case, oh sorry, you haven't finished.
No, I was done.
Really? Sure.
Yep. Yes, I'm sure.
All right. I was just going to add that personally, I would say that the answer to this question is more complicated than just a simple yes or no. Because yes, the Dendro Traveler is going to be the first Dendro unit that we're going to have in the game, but is it going to be the only one that they're going to give for free? I remember that there are certain events where they give free units, like for example, we have that for Beidou, for Xingqiu. So it has been known that MiHoYo does give free units, or Hoyoverse, sorry. But the thing is, how far in the future that's going to happen. So is Dendro Traveler going to be the only free Dendro unit? Probably not, but it's going to be the only free unit that we have for maybe months upon months, because Dendro is going to be new. It's going to be unique. It's going to be the buzz of the entire community. So, in order to keep sales high and keep people trying to get the new and shiny, well, toy that is going to be the Dendro units that they're going to be releasing, I don't think they're going to be gifting something for free. They're going to allow people to talk of how good Dendro is and create the necessity to get the Dendro units by wishing. But giving for free, not very likely unless we're months in advance on the game. My personal opinion.
Someone break the silence, please. Someone go.
Bro, Flo,
Every
you were
time
about
I
to
talk,
talk before me, so I was waiting for you.
Was I?
Every time I talk,
Yeah,
everyone
remember you were
gets
about to say
silent.
something, and you said, "Oh, go ahead."
We're in sleepy boy hours now.
Oh my gosh. But going back to what Dante just said about keeping sales high, do y'all think they're gonna change the standard banner? And this is why I say this. We're gonna eventually get to the point where Genshin has over 100+ characters. So this double rerun thing they're doing now, it's okay for now, but in the future, it's not gonna work. They're gonna either have to do triple reruns, quadruple reruns, or they're just not gonna be able to cycle through their characters. So do you think they're gonna change the standard banner and add other limited 5-stars to the standard banner? Or are we just gonna get, like, let's say Kazuha gets his next rerun, right? What if we don't see Kazuha for like 2 years because there's just too many characters?
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely possible for the standard banner to get changed. It's just I don't know what would actually be on it, because think about it. There would be such an outrage if they put a limited 5-star on it. Even like Venti. Like, think about it. People have been waiting all this time for Venti rerun, you know, they got their Venti. Imagine like how much of a kick in the balls it would be for Hoyoverse to just be like, you know what? He can be on the standard banner.
I hear you, Momo. like I hear you, but when we get to where there's 100+ characters, if their solution is to put triple or quadruple reruns to catch up, that screws the weapon banner over, because you can only have 2 weapons on the weapon banner. They would have to rework the weapon banner. But if they don't want to rework the weapon banner, how can they do triple? You see what I'm saying? There's going to be too many characters in the future.
Yeah.
We're gonna literally, like, in the future, Shinha, like, for example, let's just say a random character like Shinha. Shinha rerun for like 3 years because there's gonna be too many characters if they keep the double banner system. Like, I'm being serious. Like, how
I
are they
think-
gonna fix this?
I think they're gonna do multiple standard banners. They might, so for example, we have the original one. I think they're gonna run permanent standard banners. So next, like, think maybe 1 year down the line, we can open the summoning page and there might be like 5 different banners at the top. One is gonna be the current limited banner. I see this in a lot of gacha games. They just have multiple banners running, and the other one is gonna, like, one of the standard banner is gonna be your OG standard banner characters. It's gonna be like the Inazuma, blah blah blah, right? And then in there you have Raiden Shogun, you have Ito, you have Kazuha, you have Yoimiya, and then you have Ayaka, for example. That's all, like, that's the one you have, because that's the one they decided this time. Next time, once it rotates out, it's going to be the Inazuma special, and it's going to be the remaining Inazuma characters. It might not be this many, it might just be 3 or 4. And of course, in that standard banner, you have all the standard weapons as well, and maybe they'll throw in, if they feel spicy, they'll throw in the chance of you getting the Mist Splitter or the Engulfing Lightning, but it's like the rates. At that point, the rates of actually landing on that weapon is so abysmally low that you might as well just burn your money if you're like wailing on it. But the option will exist for people who have been saving up on standard banner summons. They might, like, if they're feeling nice, they might make the pity shared with all the standard banners. But if they're feeling like assholes and they just want to be more greedy, then each standard banner will hold its own pity. But thematically it'll carry over. You know what I'm saying? Like over time, if you just commit to the Inazuma banners, you're gonna land an Inazuma region character, something like that, and then they'll just have those continuously rotate throughout like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and it's like really low chance of you sniping a character. But it's like a slot machine, right? That plays into the slot machine mentality. People's like, oh, I didn't get Raiden C2 this time, I was so close. Oh, you know what, let's just dump everything in the standard banner for Inazuma and hope I get Raiden or some crazy like, or get her weapon, something like that.
You know what would be fun? If like you had your like the standard banner right now or something, or if they changed it, and then every like month or so you would have like a random character on your standard banner. It would be different for every account, but it would kind of have this RNG aspect to it. So like maybe you would have, I don't know, like Kokomi on your banner 1 month, and then it would swap over to Venti. I don't know. I feel like that would be an interesting mechanic.
Well, are you basically tell me if I'm wrong, Walrus? Are you basically saying like, let's say like we get to Notlin, and by that time we have close to 200 plus, like 200 or more characters in the game, right? Mm-hmm. Are you saying like instead of them trying to forcibly go back and rerun characters like Eula from Mondstadt, they just have a Mondstadt banner and a Leeway banner, and like they have like a.
They might have a they might even have a standard banner called like the Mondstadt High Class or something, and they have Eula, Diluc, and Jean or something on that banner.
Oh,
right? Like thematic banners like that.
I could see regional banners, and then they could have special rate ups. Like it's a Mondstadt banner, but like right now, like you're saying, like it's the high class rate up. So Diluc, Jean, and Eula all have rate ups over all the other Mondstadt units.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, okay.
Like thematic rate up standard banners, and then they just have those running constantly for people who want to, you know, try their luck on a limited pool rate up banner.
I could see that. I honestly thought, I'll just say this real quick because this is the only thing I have to say about this, but I thought they were going to do this when Inazuma came out. I was ready for them to, I thought they were going to take like all of the non-Archon units from Leeway and Mondstadt that were released and just put them in the standard banner and move on to Inazuma. I was totally shocked when Inazuma came out and there were just no changes to the standard banner. But now I'm kind of wondering if it's sort of intentional, because one of the uses of the standard banner right now is that if you get a 5-star on that banner, you can farm up materials for that character at no matter what AR you are. But if you get a 5-star on a limited banner, like you might have an Inazuma character that you can't use until your adventure rank like 30 or 40 or whatever it is. So I don't know, like, I don't know. They have to, I feel like that has to be a necessary element of the standard banner. It seems like it's an accessibility tool. Like no matter what banner you start on, you can always use your free standard pulls and get some units and get your account kind of like up and running, and then wait for like a limited banner that you want or something.
Yeah, like, so basically, like, let's say there was a Mondstadt banner. You could basically, if you were a new player, we're in freaking Sneznaya, but you see Albedo and you think he looks cool as heck. You can have like an epitomized path, like the weapon banner now, on that Mondstadt banner, and eventually, like, you're guaranteed that Albedo. Is that kind of like what we're going with? Or
I think it's gonna be like Albedo. Maybe it'll be like the smartass banner. Have Albedo, Baiju, and who's the smartass in Inazuma. Like basically they'll have thematics, and then those 3 characters have a rate up. And if you like those, like if you are missing either at that point, you're gonna be missing like constellations, or a new player comes in like, oh, this banner looks cool. I like like all 3 of these dudes. I would love to have these. You know, like the gentleman, and then they'll have Ayato on it, for example, like Ayato, I don't know. And then you just try your luck, right? And maybe limited banners at that time are exclusive to newer characters and relatively new characters, like within the year or 2 years, or characters who hasn't gotten like 3 to 4 to 5 reruns. Like Tartaglia is gonna get like a Mr. Worldwide banner at one point. He's gonna be on a standard banner. He never leaves. So,
but
like
everybody agrees. y'all agree with me though, right? Like when we get to like 100+ characters, this system right now is not going to work.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
it's gonna
no,
fall.
no.
It's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
fall.
They have to.
for
They
sure.
have no choice but to change it. Or if you don't pull like freaking, I don't know, Kokomi. If you didn't pull Kokomi last rerun, you're screwed. You're just screwed.
Mm, they have to revamp it.
Walrus.
It'd
Yeah.
be like, bro,
now-
I've been saving for 4 years for this C6 Kokomi. Let's go.
But Walrus, now you're gonna be having me thinking like at midnight tonight. Who is this like the smart ass character of Inazuma? I can't even think of it right now because like you have like Tartaglia or something, and then you have like
Ayato.
Baiju on that and Ayato and all that. Like those are obvious ones, but like I mean Ito, but not really.
What about Kokomi, the strategic
She is
genius?
strategic.
But isn't Ayato kind of a?
Mhm.
I think if you play Ayato's story quest, he definitely comes across as like, if he doesn't like you, he's kind of a smartass. Like,
I would need a poll. Who's smarter, Ayato or Kokomi?
oh, I don't know.
What about Yai Miko though?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, that's a good one.
Ooh.
That's a good
Don't
one.
forget about the fox lady.
It's true. She's extremely smart, and she likes to be an ass. So that fits.
Yeah, I think we got our smart ass banner layout.
Yeah, that's kind of a yikes banner, not gonna lie. Yai Miko with Albedo and like, wait, who do we have for Liyue again?
There's a lot of assholes in the
Bro.
Great question.
Wasn't it Baiju? Didn't someone say Baiju?
Oh yeah, Baiju.
Baiju.
Baiju is from Liyue, yeah. So then you're gonna have Albedo, Baiju, and then Yai Miko. Depending on how Baiju works out, you might literally have the gem sandwiched between two bombs.
What if every smartass character is a sub DPS? Like that's what they are so far. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes them smart, right? Never be in a spotlight, but be good enough and relevant enough for people to desire you.
Yeah.
Smart. Y'all just reminded me. I had a heated argument with this group of people on this topic. Like, please, someone help me. The Dendro Archon. I know it's random, but please, the God of Wisdom. What weapon do you think Kusanali's going to use? Please, for the love of God, tell me it's a catalyst. Please tell me y'all agree it's a catalyst. Please don't. Someone told me it's going to be a polearm. Someone really think it's going to be a polearm or a claymore for the.
I think it's going to be a claymore user.
For the
Dude,
God of Wisdom.
How do you? Oh, what was that? Oh, so how do you convince people that you're smart, right?
By using big words.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
you basically have to dominate them, I would say, without violence. How do you dominate without violence? Sounds like a big claymore. No. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a catalyst user. I think since we don't even have that archetype. Granted, Zhongli and Raiden both have a spear, but I think another spear would be just too much. I think catalyst would be fair.
I believe it's either a catalyst or a bow if you want to reach for it and say that there's no catalyst archon at the moment, but it's either a catalyst or a bow. One of the two.
If it's a bow like Venti, then I guess they just don't care about variety when it comes to the Archons, do they?
Well, you're talking about the company that literally tweeted out polearm impact. So
True.
make that what you will.
Hey, there's still more sword characters than there are polearms.
That's true. I cannot argue with that.
Fun fact: when the game came out, the only polearm character in the entire game was Zhongling.
Yes, you are correct.
The polearm archon herself. Hold on.
I'm glad everybody agrees with me that it's not a freaking claymore.
Yeah. I mean, listen. Okay. Claymore user. probably makes sense, right? You know, god of wisdom with a big, you know, sword. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think she's gonna wield a giant tree trunk because
That's a good one.
you know it's like you gotta like beat people with the wisdom, right? You gotta like knock some sense into them. So, having a giant tree trunk, I think, is very apt, very appropriate.
I actually have this thing that I used to hear that was like, what's the ultimate BM or something like that? I don't remember. I don't know if you guys heard this. Like, imagine if you're an atheist. This is the ultimate flex, right? The ultimate flex. Follow this train of thought.
I feel called out.
Imagine an atheist. Like eventually you pass away, and then you go back into the soil. Your nutrients go back into a tree, and then the tree gets chopped down, turned into paper, and then they print the Holy Bible with like on you.
Oh my god,
Bro, that's amazing.
that's
so,
the like.
So like Kusanagi could be like the ultimate wisdom is like, you don't have to believe in my teachings, but I will go in this roundabout long ass way to like beat my wisdom into you. Therefore, that's why I use a claymore.
Well, I hope people don't get baited like they did with Raiden, because remember, everybody thought Raiden was going to be a sword. There were so many people, I don't know if you know this, Walrus, but there were so many people who pulled Mist Splitter for Raiden.
That was before we realized that Hoyoverse always released their signature weapons, right? Like with the characters. Is that
Pulled Mist Splitter for Raiden.
thematically it does look like her weapon. Like if we're gonna talk thematically, it does really look like her weapon. Can't really blame them. But that's why you see I don't look at leaks. I would be heavily influenced by leaks. I'm not immune to this kind of stuff, but if I were to look into leaks, sure, I'd have a lot more things to talk about, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't know what to do with my account anymore. I'll be like, what's that? You guys watch Jujutsu Kaisen? I'll be in the timeless void. I have too much information. I'm just paralyzed. I can't make a decision. I don't know if it's right or wrong.
Oh, speaking of that, like of leaks, do y'all think it's a good or a bad thing that they release voice lines of future characters sometimes way before they're released? Because if you look at characters' voice lines, anytime there's a character that's mentioned, they have always became a character in the future. Anytime.
Yeah.
And there's a couple characters with voice lines that haven't been released yet, but going based off of that information, like every single time a character's voice lines have been released, they've become a character. We can already kind of know that these characters are eventually coming.
Yeah.
Do you think that's good or bad?
Are you talking about like when their voice lines get put in other characters' trailers, or
no, actually in the game, you go to profile.
Yeah.
Go to a character's profile.
I love that stuff because it's like if they like really, if they put out a roadmap, that's great. Like I really hope they do something like that, but like having something like that is almost cooler in a way, because it's like when you see when Shenhe was about to come out, you could look at like voice lines for various characters, and then like Chong Yun had like question mark next to his, like you had to do the quest first before you could unlock his voice line with her. And I think it just gives some kind of like cool heads up context. Like you can already read about Yellen and stuff.
Yeah, this is already in the game, so it's not a leak. The two characters I'm talking about are how do you say his name? Heizo and Varka. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, as someone who looks at leaks, there's nothing on those characters, I promise. I know nothing. But going based off of what they have done, we can go ahead and kind of assume that these characters are coming one day because they have voice lines on multiple characters.
Yeah, I mean, Kuki Shinobi was in the voice lines with Ito well before she was announced. And I was very excited to see her announce and thing. Yeah.
So you think it's a good thing?
Oh yeah, I think it's a really cool thing. I think it's maybe maybe they should do more to say more about it, because it's honestly like the lore people notice it because they look at the character profiles, but like Momo was like, you mean like in the trailers?
Yeah,
not to
I don't
like,
look at that stuff, man.
I mean, not to like talk bad. I mean, you know, I get it. No, not everyone likes to dig through that stuff, but you know, like, yeah, I think that's like cool world building in advance. You get to see what different characters think of the other characters. So.
But
I think
okay, so like that for me, like that kind of like creates future hype, right? For like, because we haven't gone back to Mondstadt in forever, but because Varka has been in the voice lines, that means eventually we're gonna go back to Mondstadt, right? Because he should become a character based off of this logic.
Well, yeah, but there's also entire regions of Mondstadt that we don't have yet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, like, I think that we'll see this more often once they have all of the main regions done. But I think what we'll see is they'll have like a Varka patch, because you know how they like lining the patches up with the banners. I think they'll do like a Varka patch, and then Varka will show up. We'll gain access to a new region in Mondstadt, and he'll have his big field day with that, like his big reveal. So.
Yeah. Do you know anything about Varka, Walruss? You know, like, do you think he's gonna be a hyped up character?
I don't know, because when it comes to characters who are already mentioned that the community has known, I definitely heard of the name, but I think it really is dependent on Genshin's game state at the time, because now people are so excited for characters because Hoyoverse makes that essentially their only product that they're selling, right? They're selling resin, but why? Because they're farming for the characters for the artifacts. So it depends if, let's say, they have to finish all the way to Shasnaya, and by then they have diversified how they want to monetize their contents. Maybe you can spend money in other avenues to progress existing characters. People have like 17 different teams of 4-man rosters that they built up. They got like even free to plays by Shasnaya has like maybe 1.5 C6 R5 character, and then they drop Varka. I don't think characters as the time goes on are going to be as hype. Even content creators want to hype it up. You can still see it, but I think we'll start seeing with Yellen, and eventually after the Dendro patch drops, characters 5 stars are going to be less and less hyped, and people are going to get much more analytical to how they can be useful. Sure, there's gonna be people who's like, oh my god, Varka daddy, squeeze me out, like squeeze the air out of my like lungs with your big strong arms, but yeah, you know, those people are going to be far and few in between by the time Varka drops. So
well, yeah, I just think Varka might be a special case just because he is the Grand Master of Mondstadt. And I think that's like a huge title. Like that's almost an Archon level of a title, bro. Like,
you mean Granddaddy?
Okay, dude.
May I just say that hearing Walrus say Varka Daddy squeezed the air out of my lungs made my night.
I think Walrus is actually a Varka simp, and he just doesn't want us to know.
Yeah.
I think Varka's pretty cool, and with the name, if he looks like Ito, I'm gonna squeeze the air out of his lungs. I can't imagine them not diversifying more character models. That's also something else. Like, I don't think Varka would come out to just look like Ito. Come on, like they can't do that to a guy named Varka. Like, right?
Oh well, we came up with like some speculations like a couple months ago. With Varka, like if you look at the two characters that have like a lot of interaction with them supposedly in lore, it's Razor and Eula. Razor and Eula are both, like if you look at their voice lines, they pretty much interacted with Varka a lot. So they're both physical units, and they're both claymores. So I don't. What if he's a claymore? That's how I got that he might be a claymore. Because like the two unit team, yeah.
People in my chat are saying, what if Barca looks like Diona? Like he's a little furry. Oh my god.
I would. Oh
From the
my
cat's
God.
line.
Yeah, he's like along the cat line, right? Like, he's just a little cat, and he's an old cat with a beard and carries a giant. Oh no, I can actually see it now. God damn it, it's ruined.
I think
Walrus,
think
you are ruining my dreams.
I think it's better off that we expect something like that, and then are just horribly pleasantly surprised when Varka is not a tiny cat girl.
Well, if we're going with this logic, Lay, do you remember the time that we were talking and I told you that what if Varka comes as a playable Claymore character that has a Geovision? You see that now it's not that far-fetched? I told you,
Well,
it's not that far-fetched.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what element he's gonna be. You could make a case of him being basically any element. I've heard why Flo thinks he's gonna be Dendro, and he has a point. And I've seen people say why he might be Cryo or Electro because of his interactions with Razor and Eula. You have a point. I've heard people say he might be a Nemo because he's the Grandmaster of the Nemo Nation. So you have a point. Like he could be any element. I don't really care anymore. I just really think he's gonna definitely be a Claymore because
Is
the
Varka
character.
confirmed to be
Huh?
a man? Is Varka confirmed to be a man?
Yes, if you look at the voice lines, they say he.
Okay. All right. I'm
Um,
just like, if Varka comes out to be a cat girl, use like cat girl Dendro healer with the catalyst
no,
user,
he's
I'm done.
he's confirmed to be a man, and he's confirmed to be like an adult. So
Okay.
if he's a small body, then he's a midget.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, like these characters, I think it's more fun always to speculate about them, but the magic always dies. Like who? Okay, not to diss Dante, but like
No,
Ito,
go ahead.
people don't really get too excited. Talk like how many people are still making videos about Ito. The same thing with characters like Yoimiya, Hu Tao, all these older characters, right? Like I think the magic only lasts briefly up until their release, and then at most a week or week and a half after their release, and then eventually they just get added to the roster. It's like, yeah, the people who really love them continue to dedicate themselves and their time to building, perfecting them, and other people just move on. I think there's a huge wave of people who are just there to get excited. Like we're just there for that. It's like a roller coaster ride. You go up and then you come down. You're like, whoa, that was amazing! Wow, like the community really got everybody together on this one. All right, let's see what's coming up next. I think it's just gonna be like that. And I think a lot of our excitement right now is also because he doesn't exist yet, and I think this is basically the best point to be. We essentially peak with every character when they're speculative.
Yeah.
I think
Uh,
my favorite part is always when they finish the live stream, and those 2 weeks or 1 to 2 weeks, it's the best. I love it so much.
Yeah. I think like the only characters that have a chance at standing the test of time are characters like Kazuha, where they're so universal, right?
Yeah. FlowCats is over there like, yeah.
Hey, I mean, supports have a longer lifespan, you know. I mean, I'm just.
Yeah, well, listen, as someone who is mainly a Geo main, I main the element, not only the characters, as a Geo main. For me, just like Zhongli said, Geo is eternal. Geo will not die, and I will die on this hill that my characters are going to endure, even if I have to force it.
So you like the rock go bonk playstyle, right?
Definitely. Easy, simple to understand, and straight to the point.
Exactly. That's all
Yeah.
things should.
Geo probably is the most eternal, if we're talking about it. All the grass and the trees and everything civilization might rot away, but the frickin' rock, the mountains are still gonna be there tens of thousands of years from now. So the only eternal element truly is Geo.
There we go. Thank you, Walrus. Thank you.
Yeah, thematically. Don't get too excited.
I could only get a W, could I?
Yeah.
Oh. No, but in all honesty, for me, I enjoy all elements, but Geo simply it's it's stuck with me, and I enjoy it so much. So anyone playing the game and you enjoy a certain element, be happy playing with it because that's how you're going to really squeeze the most enjoyment out of the game, in my humble opinion.
It's that moment where you guys watched, the Simpsons scene, like your Homer was like at work and he was like struggling or something, or he and then and then it was revealed on the wall. He kind of blocked out a couple letters and it says "Do it for her," and it was his daughter's picture. And it's like it just keeps him going, right? And I think if people, it's the same thing with Genshin. If you just play this game to catch the newest trend, to get the new shiny characters, unless you're like a Giga Whale, you're not gonna find that much enjoyment. You're gonna find yourself slaving away at these meaningless tasks just to get the next high. But if you have something that you're constantly working for, right, working towards or trying to improve upon, like a waifu. That's why like I don't get why people meme so much on those who like have a waifu or have a husbando or like simps. I think it's great that if you have a character, but if you're like every single female character, you're like yes queen, and it just like okay, you know, get some help. But like you need to ground yourself. You need to find a goal, and I think with Genshin that's more important than anything because a lot of these tasks that they get you to do can get really repetitive really really fast. I'd say like 1 to 2 patches, and by the third patch you're gonna be like, oh my god, this again, right? So but if you have meaning behind it and you're like, okay, I'm doing this for my, for Lei is gonna be for his Eula, for Flo is gonna be for his Kazuha, Dante got Ito.
Ito.
Right?
Mhm.
So that's what keeps us still committed. But once you lose that purpose, you burn out. You burn out so damn fast.
Bro, I'm gonna be so real with you. If Eula did not exist, I
Yeah,
would.
you'd be gone.
I would. No, I wouldn't be gone, but I would have been took a break. She was literally the only reason I logged in for half a year because I wanted to get my Eula stronger with her artifacts. I felt like even with even though I had C6, her artifacts were garbage, and I refused for my favorite character to have a bad artifact set. So I logged in every day and was determined to farm for her Pale Flame.
Yeah.
Lei, you know what you should do? So I need you to follow my step-by-step instructions, okay? I need you to get up from your chair, walk outside, and go touch some grass really quick, all right?
Hey, homie. Yeah, let me just go outside my crutches real quick. You got me. I got you. Let me just.
we just hear him tumbling down the staircase in the distance.
A little bit of screaming.
Yeah, and it just cuts out because he's too far from the mic.
Yeah, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
All I can say is I relate with Lei because I'm trying to improve my Ito even more than what I already optimized, and it's what keeps you moving forward when you're playing the game and farming artifacts. Because for me, artifact farming is pain, but all in the name of Geo and Ito.
I get it. I honestly though, I'm not gonna lie. As a whale, I do find it kind of like stressful. Like honestly, pretty thankful for the delay in the sense that like Walrus will understand this. When you are a content creator and you kind of try to keep up with every character, man, it's stressful to have to farm them out and like build them because by the time you're done with one, like here comes the other, and it doesn't leave you a lot of room for optimizing and making sure that they're really at their peak potential. Like it makes it really hard to show them all that like individual care that you really want to show them,
Yeah, so like that's why for me it's level 80, talent level 8, and I gotta move on. Level 90, talent 10, 10, 10. That's just not possible for me. And I think level 80, talent level 8 is already really pushing it. It's pretty tough to get to that point with decent artifacts, and then this is why I don't hope Hoyoverse release future characters with their signature artifacts, because that's gonna be a pain for people to cover. Like I'll be honest, most of the and I know these people and I talk to them and we're on good terms. It's not like I'm calling people out. Like most of these guide channels, they're like really hauling ass when the characters first drop because it's about who posts first with relatively accurate information. It's not like 100% one factual, and they got people who work during patches when work on leaks, and they're talking with people in beta, and they're already crunching numbers when characters are already in beta. So these people really do put in like an immense amount of work to make sure that these characters and guides that they release are factual, mathematically, at the very least, and it shows, right?
Oh my god, I'm so glad I remembered this. We were talking about this before we started the podcast. Okay, Walrus.
Yeah.
I swear, I am not like attacking you. I'm not coming at you. I really want to like know in more depth what you meant by your video. It was like a week or two ago when you were talking about like them balancing around C6. Why do you think that?
Yes, because Sanzu and I have been talking about that for the good part of half a year, right? And Sanzu used to tell me, and I was like half trusting him, but like it's Sanzu, right? He has like, how many does he have? I think he has most characters C6 R5, and he's been telling me as he grinds and balances out his artifacts, he starts to realize, for example, a character like Hu Tao and Yoimiya's, their gap closes significantly as they approach C6, and that got me thinking that, wait a hold up a minute, like maybe Hoyoverse anticipates the longevity of their games, like they're so confident that their game will last that long that they balance characters at their peak potential and not at their C0. So, and then I had the chance to play on Sanzu's account, and I took two characters which have no business. They should have no business being that close, being Kaching and Raiden. They were both C6, both using R5. And after I did the test, I was like, hold up a damn minute. Kaching is not as far away from Raiden. Yeah, there was a gap, but she wasn't as far away from Raiden as I initially thought. And it really put things into... I think the whole thing balancing around C6 was their OG plan. A lot has changed with C0, C1, C2, but the balancing around C6 remains unchanged. That is a core philosophy which I now fully stand behind after getting access to Sanzu's account. Because, like, if you crunch the numbers and actually give them, let's say, Kaching and Raiden both a 1 minute timer, you go calculate the damage that was dealt. It's not, I can guarantee you'll be surprised at the difference. It's not as big as you guys would think. There is a sizable difference, but it's not as big as you guys would think. So that's why I think it's a core design philosophy that they stuck by way back in the day, and it's still in the game right now, but they just made C1, C2 a little better. But yeah, everything still flows the same towards C6, and it makes sense because that's when people eventually get to C6 R5, they're gonna realize this. It's not something that they need to talk or address now, but the game is pretty good, pretty well balanced, honestly, at C6 and R5.
See, I didn't really know what you meant at the beginning of that like video is what I'm asking, because we were talking about it before the podcast tonight, and there's a handful of like even free-to-play Kachings who can still like completely stomp the Spiral Abyss. So I didn't know if you were like talking like C0 characters can't do it anymore, or I didn't know what you meant.
Oh, no. C0s can definitely do it, but the gap between characters at C0 is much larger than at C6.
Okay.
Yeah, the gap only closes as you approach C6.
Yeah, I think that actually the reason why that is because Genshin they have a built-in power ceiling. Like after Vape and Melt and a lot of those reactions are kind of like settled in, I think it was after Eula actually, they put a raw damage cap in the game. And so I think that C6 units kind of push up towards like the max damage potential of the game in general. And that's why they're so close. Like, I think that's kind of why it works like that.
And this also goes into the idea that Hoyoverse fully designs a character, and then they break that character down. So all characters, when they finish getting designed, they're all C6, and then they just slowly shed away the character until they become C0. Like, I fully believe they don't design C0s and then work up to C6. They design C6 and then break back down to 0.
That's
what makes right.
There's an interesting lore bit of that because like when you go into a character's menu, the constellation, we learned from the event with Mona and Scaramouche that these stars, you know, guide people's fate. And if you have all of their constellations, you have access to like the entire unit's life, like to their entire fate. And so it could be said that like by getting all of the constellations, you're acquiring all of the different aspects of their being. And the C6 kit is them at their true strength, so to speak.
Like, I feel like that's definitely more apparent in some characters than in others. Like with Yaimiko's C1, yeah, I can definitely see now that they probably started as C6 and then moved down. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I never thought about that.
Well, okay. Oh, bro, you're gonna trigger me. You're like, it's not what you said, but like, I cannot personally stand when something should have been in a character's base kit is their C1 or their C2, and Yaimiko's C1 is a perfect example. That is so scummy in my opinion. That C1 should have definitely just been... The cost for that C1 is not worth it.
Well,
that should have just been in her base kit.
I'm not trying to advocate for, because it is a way for them to get you to like, oh, I really want that C1, you know? But like, if they didn't have any utility in the constellations, they would just be like 20% damage, 20% damage, 20% damage, or something like that. And I don't know if that's better or not. You know, I'm not here to say that like that would be better or worse, but that is their other option, pretty much, is like either shift some utility into the constellations. Like they do it differently with different characters. Like Child actually gets almost no damage out of his constellations. At C0, Child does basically the same damage as a C6 Child. It's just utility. Like that's all he gets. And so it's more of a character per character basis, but like, yeah. They would essentially have to forego any utility in the constellations and only do damage constellation.
I would honestly rather... I prefer the characters that have mostly damage increases in their constellations than utility. Because a character that gets too much utility in their constellation doesn't feel complete at C0, and that's my opinion.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I can totally see where you're coming from with that.
Ito is one of those characters.
I heard Ito.
Yeah, if you get to C2 Ito, he feels completely different. Like he just feels not completely different. He feels very comfortable to use. But him at C0, you struggle a little bit with energy regen, and without energy regen, you don't get to use his burst, and without his burst, he's just a crazy gang leader.
If I may, you're absolutely right on the fact that the C2 makes Ito far more comfortable than a C0 Ito. The thing is, you can sacrifice a bit of energy recharge when you have C2. So, in a certain way, it makes artifact farming far more comfortable and easier than if you would have at C0. And me personally, I have enjoyed so much the gameplay of C2 Ito, so I can attest that yes, at C2 it becomes a more complete and comfortable character than it would have been at C0.
Yeah, like my favorite character, Eula, she literally just gets damage increase. The only utility she gets is C2, and C2 is it's cool, but it's definitely not necessary. So like, I don't know. I guess I'm biased because of that. I just prefer characters that don't get crazy amount of utility from their constellation, because I just feel like that's fair.
Right, but you can also see how like the appeal of like for instance, just to go back to Child, he has an appeal for free-to-play players because you can put a driver team together with C0 Child, and he's going to do comparable damage to a C6 Child. And that is like, to them, it's like, oh, thank God I don't need a C6 to get the damage out of this unit. I can build up max damage. I'm just missing out on like I need to be really careful with rotations, and I need to do this and that to compensate for, you know.
Hmm.
So
I agree. Like
Yeah.
Child, in my opinion, feels complete at C0. Like as a character, you just gotta play him better, right? But Yaimiko, that C1 is, oh, it's so scummy. I hate it. Like the fact that they just fix her ER problems with a simple constellation, that's so stupid. It's like you either have Raiden and she solves the ER problems, or if you don't have Raiden, then you got to have C1 to solve this. That's so. Oh, I hate that. I cannot stand that.
Because it's so central to her kit. And I think really sometimes constellations can even open up new team options, and that's a cool part. I think a lot of people don't talk about this, is that the true value I think in some constellations, like Dante was mentioning earlier, is the luxury to play the game in a more expressive manner. You can literally do more things with the higher constellation characters in the ways that you want to do it, with the teams that you want to do it, and still get that satisfaction of big numbers or whatnot. And I think that flexibility is severely undervalued in most people's evaluations of constellations and their worth.
Yeah.
All right.
Dante was,
Oh, go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead. I was just gonna launch into something.
Yes.
oh, my bad. I was just gonna say Dante earlier before the podcast started, earlier today, like way before we were even in call, was saying, what if the Dendro Archon doesn't feel complete at C0? And I was like, bro, like that'd be so scummy if they made the new elements Archon feel like you have to have their C1 or C2.
Yeah.
But like honestly, Raiden C0, you can really only play her as a hyper or like in the national team. If you try to play her as a support DPS, honestly, what I found is like there are just much better options. So her supportive role isn't as accessible to her at C0, because if we're talking about damage, utility, even combined, it just feels she felt lacking. And I made a video talking about this. Maybe I didn't word it very correctly. Is that C0 Raiden is very expensive to build. Not only do you have to pour more resources to make her work better, and I stand by this even till this day. I think C0 Raidens will eat up so much resources, but people turn a blind eye because the results are so life-changing for your account, right? You can clear content that you were struggling with, and it's a breeze with national or hyper carry C0 Raiden. But her roles are much more limited, and you're gonna have to dump so much more into her as C0. But her C2 opens her up to a casual support DPS, and her support DPS capabilities are higher than most of people's even main DPS. And she can stay in the back and just pop her out, do her burst, charge everybody's energy, and she deals massive amounts of damage at C2. And C1 really helps with her resolve stacking as well. So like, I can see the Dendro Archon getting released and feeling good, like okay, she's good, or maybe in certain areas like wow, she's irreplaceable in this team, amazing, best, you know, she's the best in slot for these team options. But then if you get her to C1 or C2, like oh boy, you know, like that's she'll show you a different side of her, if that makes sense. I can see that.
Yeah, we were actually saying like, what if Dendro is like the next Anemo in terms of like artifact? Like what if they just make a Dendro artifact set and 99% of the Dendro characters just want that artifact set, kind of like Anemo units always want Viridescent Venerer except for Xiao.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Oh, go ahead.
I was asking all y'all, like, what do y'all think about that?
Oh, well, we were talking about it. I obviously think it's very possible, because I'm going to be totally what we're talking about earlier with the Dendro Archon being kind of undertuned. I have the opposite opinion. I think, first of all, shout out to Final Flame. He just popped into the chat. If you guys have not
All right,
subscribed,
fine.
if you have not subscribed to Final Flame Latome, he's like an OG Genshin content creator. He took a break. He came back. He's here. He's trying to do some cool podcast stuff, kind of like what we're doing right now. So shout out to him. But okay, Dendro Archon. I think that the Dendro Archon is going to be overtuned because it's a new region. The game is kind of stressed for popularity right now, and it's a new element. And I think that they're just going to try to spike. Like Lei was talking, he thinks that Dendro is going to be like the peak of hype for Genshin. I think they're going to milk that as hard as they can. So I think that there's actually a really good chance that it's going to be like Raiden all over again, except a little worse. Not worse, maybe better is a better way to put it. Like I feel like the Dendro Archon is going to be pretty crazy at C0, assuming that there is a new artifact set and that, you know, with the new reactions and everything, it's just, I feel like it's going to be pretty game changing.
Yeah, like we were saying, like the reason why the leaked Dendro reactions look lackluster right now is probably because they're gonna pull another Anemo situation and they're gonna release a broken artifact set for Dendro units. Like if you take Swirl as a base for a Nemo unit, Swirl is trash. But if you add Viridescent Venerer and increase the Swirl damage by 60% and shredding the elemental resistance, Swirl is broken. So that's probably what they're doing with Dendro, and they're balancing the reactions around a broken artifact set.
Me personally, I believe. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I was going to say that me personally, I believe that if they release an artifact set for the element, just like there is an artifact set for Anemo, then it's going to be very friendly for people to farm it, because there's going to be bad pieces, but also good pieces. And if it's going to be focused, as a speculation, of course, if it's going to be focused on elemental mastery, just like Anemo is, then you can forego the normal things that would be crit rate or crit damage, because you already have a lot of utility on elemental mastery, especially if the Dendro element is going to be scaling out of elemental mastery, whether it is for buffs, for debuffs, or for attack in general, for DPS. So in general, I would see it as a win if they release such a universal artifact set, because not only it's going to be efficient resin-wise, but also it's going to allow people to get something to do, to look forward to, because it's going to feel like they're actually progressing on their accounts and not just mindlessly grinding over and over day after day. So
Yeah,
personally, I'm very
I-
excited for it.
you bring that up. This is why I truly believe Dendro is going to be a truly supportive element, and like supportive element only, and they're not going to be like normal like damage dealing characters that want like elemental goblets. Because if they mess around and they make Dendro like a damage dealing element, well, the first couple of months people are screwed because no one has a Dendro goblet. You know how painful that's gonna be trying to farm a Dendro goblet. So they have to make it scale off of something else that's viable. Because no one, even Giga Whales, they're not gonna have a good Dendro goblet.
Yeah, friendly
I fully
reminder.
agree.
Oh, sorry. Friendly reminder real quick. Start saving your attack, HP, EM goblets. Like those things, even at offsets, even if they're like offset, like we don't know what Dendro will scale off of. It could be attack for all we know. So like having those goblets is actually pretty valuable. And I'm going to just speak from my experience that there are several units that can run those goblets. Like Yoimiya, I know, can benefit from an attack goblet sometimes in certain situations, but there are characters like Shenhe and Chi-Chi, or even sometimes people run Kokomi on an HP goblet. So, you know, just throwing that out there. People trash those things, and it makes me sad.
Same thing with like I know Zhao can benefit kind of from an attack goblet until you get a good Anemo one, so definitely a good idea to keep those just in general.
It's just like, but can y'all imagine they make Dendro like a main DPS element or a sub DPS element, and no one has a Dendro goblet.
But I can
Well-
see it because they want, like, also going off your point earlier, talking about why they're gonna scale things into the artifact is because that's the only thing that'll incentivize people to continue logging on, staying in the game. And even if it's artificial and in the moment, maybe for the next 2-3 months, people are gonna go hard, but that's still gonna drive up the player engagement numbers, kind of reinstitute you guys. I'm saying you guys, but I'm just gonna be in there hauling my ass just as hard, but it's gonna reinstitutionalize that our behavior to get on, play the game, and get back into this habit, right? They're gonna try to get us back into the habit of logging on, grind the artifact, maybe even spend some what's that called, primo gems to buy refreshes just to get more grinds in, so you can get your Dendro goblet. And I think I can very well see a world. Maybe they're gonna release a support unit first, and then you have time to farm up. So when a time the actual person who needs a Dendro goblet, for example, the Archon comes, you probably will have one. Maybe the Archon drops a patch later, so you have an entire patch, 6 weeks to farm the new domain that dropped in 3.0. Maybe you will have one, and if you don't have one by then, well, you know, Hoyoverse is like, well, that's on you guys. I can see them doing that.
This reminds me a lot of a conversation I had with Lay. Lay told me once, every single element is going to have a DPS. Even if the element in itself it's meant to do something else, every single element is going to have a DPS. And I believe that yes, even Dendro will eventually have a DPS that might need a Dendro cup. But is it going to be the first one to come out? Not necessarily, but for this, the emotional and the psychological sake and sanity of everyone, I do hope that the Hoyoverse is not going to be pulling a fast one on us and making us work for Dendro cups from the very beginning, because if that's the case, a lot of people will be frustrated with both the game and the company.
You don't think they would be so stingy to make it where when they add Dendro cups, that old artifact sets don't have them? Like, they would add it to every single artifact set, right?
It would make sense.
Yeah, I think it's just some coding things that they gotta get in there, but I'm sure everyone's gonna get it. Every set's gonna get it. It'll just make farming old artifact sets that much more painful for a cup, because you know, let's say if you don't, that's another thing. People, you guys better start farming harder. If you're still farming for Raiden and stuff and whatnot, you know, that getting that Electro cup is gonna be that much more harder, or like a specific attack cup, because now Dendro is gonna get thrown in there as well.
Speaking of Dendro Wars, I remember you said something about you and Sanzu, if Dendro doesn't give the buff that you want to Electro, y'all are gonna be like super disappointed, and like, you're not gonna quit on us, are you?
No, but both Sanzu and I have decided that, well, not fully decided, but we will see to the degree of its effect, that if it's not satisfactory, we might just spend less. I'm already spending less because I don't see the need to get battle passes anymore. I keep my Welkin just because I'm logging in anyways, and it's just literally two clicks to click it. So yeah, but apart from that, I think the biggest thing is just we're gonna be spending less. Sanzu said he might stop C6 R5 being certain characters, or just characters in general. So
Here's a hot take for you, Lars. So the Genshin big theory crafters, quote unquote, like 10 in them, right?
oh shit.
They made a tier list a month ago, on like their sub channel. And in the middle of that tier list, one of them asked and said, what's the strongest element in the game in order? And they all agreed it was Anemo, Hydro, Cryo. This is in order. Anemo, Hydro, Cryo, Electro, Pyro, Geo. They said Electro was better than Pyro.
That's cap.
This hurts me.
That's quite cap.
And this is the reason they said that was they based the ranking off of utility and how many characters were actually carrying that element. And they said Pyro only had Bennett, Xiangling, and Hu Tao carrying that element on their back, and all the other Pyro units weren't that good.
I see it as the potential. Could there in the future be a character that comes out in this category which would just work amazingly? And if you think about it like that, the potential of the element, because it's not difficult to release a character that fits a certain playstyle or niche, but it's very difficult to say, well, to make this character work, we're gonna have to change the element. And I think them in saying that Electro is better than Pyro is simply because right now Hoyoverse hasn't released a character in the Pyro category that completely, blows this off. It blows the lid off of this conversation, because they very well could, because the potential is always there. And that's why they're so careful with ICDs, right? They're so careful with ICDs to make sure that no character can reach that potential.
I just know, like, it kind of started a heated argument when they said Electro was better than Pyro. I was like, oh boy.
Yeah, that's cap. I think that's going too far. Pyro is probably Pyro and Hydro have great potential in the game. I do agree with Hydro is probably either number 1 or number 2. I think the only reason they put a Nemo at number 1 is because of the artifact set. It's the Viridescent set, right? Like, there's no way they're putting that as number 1 because Jean or like Kazuha is this is how I like to think it, right? Like, what if Kazuha was a different element, right? Because I keep saying, if Kaching was Pyro and had no ICD and every single one of her hit can vape or melt, she'd be broken. Like, the amount of hits she gets in with her birds, like she's immediately broken with the scaling. But it's because she's Electro that she feels it inadequate, right, due to a lack of reaction. So yeah, this is a rabbit hole we can't go under because we're gonna be here for the whole night. But yeah, I do think they're overstating the value, but it's also because of their criteria. So I wouldn't hold it against them because the criteria they use was what we currently have in the game and how they function and behave. So I understand why they would say that, but that's cap.
Well, Flo?
What? You want me to comment on the?
Oh no! Like, are we moving on or like?
Oh, we're just chatting. I mean, the topic right now. Yeah, this is just open chat. I mean, if you guys want to look into what chat is pretty active, if you guys want to pull out anything and see if anyone has any questions and stuff like that, chat if you want to ask any questions. Your guys are more than welcome
There's
to.
2 chats.
I'm watching both. I'm trying to keep up, but it's y'all are woo.
Yeah, even Final Flame. Look at Final Flame, bro. Look at Final Flame. Even he, the Pyro Archon himself, who C6 R5s every single Pyro unit, even he says like there's only 3 Pyro units that are carrying that element on its back.
Yeah, because Hoyoverse can't afford to keep releasing broken Pyro units. They have to put so many limitations on Pyro units and also Hydro units. Hydro has access to freeze.
I do want to say one thing, and it's that like everyone does have a lot of discourse about like the Electro element being bad, but when you go and you look at look at Fischl, look at Beto, look at Raiden, look at like every Electro character has like really strong teams that they drive, or that they like taser teams are held up by like Fischl and Beto right now. So it does seem like Electro has more units that are used in more meta teams. Is that what kind of the point was with the theory crafters?
Yeah, so they were basically saying like they made a lot of the electro units good because their base numbers are just cracked. Like a lot of the electro units have cracked base numbers. Like you can't deny that they do.
Yeah,
And
because it's due to the fact that their reactions don't give them much damage, so they have to make their base and scalings higher than other characters to compensate for that.
like even Yaimiko's scalings, like when people say Yaimiko's bad, you cannot say she's bad because of damage, because Yaimiko actually has very good damage. Her scalings are kinda insane.
Like, I pulled 3 Aimiko, right, and I can say that she's really good in a lot of teams. Like, she's just great because you can throw down her E's and then swap to another character, and it's just passive damage. And then when your ult's up, you just pop your ult. Like, just a very like hands-off character.
Hey Momo, do you have C0?
Yeah.
Can you? We were talking earlier about because I have. This is one of my regrets. Is like lately I've been a little too anxious to like test characters out at every constellation or whatever. So my Yaimiko is C2. I have no idea what a C0 Yaimiko feels like. And we were talking about the energy problems earlier. Can you talk about like maybe how ER feels on her, or how that situation works?
Yeah. For me personally, it's never been really that much of a problem, honestly. Like if you pair her with another Electro character, like usually I use her and Raiden together, it's not really a problem.
Okay, wait, that doesn't
Or
count.
even wait, no. Or I use Keshing, but that also helps because my Keshing is C4 and she generates a lot of energy. But I digress. Like look. It's not that bad, okay? It's pretty bad. I've seen footage of like C1 and all that, but it's not that bad. Flo, if you ever want to hop on my account or something and just test it out, I'd be happy to let you though.
Yeah. Well, how much ER? How much ER are you running?
Let me check. I think it's like I have to boot up the game. It's been a while, but I think I have like somewhere around like 150 something.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe more. I could be wrong. Very wrong.
That's pretty good ER in your artifacts. Like that's about what you want for a Yai, is around 150 to 160 at C0.
Yeah.
So you actually meet the ER requirement. Like, but like C1 makes it where you need like no ER and you can just go straight damage.
Yeah.
That's my problem. That's my problem with C1.
Bro, C6 Yaimiko's damage is fucking off the chart. I keep
It's-
swearing when I get excited. Like
No, it's okay as long as
off the charts.
yeah, it's fine.
Well,
I actually had a C6. There's this dude, Scoop. You know Scoop, Walrus.
Yeah, I know Stu. Yeah,
yeah, he joined
he's
my-
insane. He's
Dude.
crazy about Yaimiko.
He joined my world earlier, and I was on stream, and we were just running around killing stuff. And man, his Yaimiko just casually slapping like 40k E's. I was just
Yeah, and he's walking, right? He's not even caring about it. It's just casual background damage.
yeah, like literally, he would put down his turrets, and then because Yaimiko doesn't snapshot, and we're in co-op, I can just use buffing characters to just buff the crap out of his Yaimiko. And like literally, like his burst was hitting 60k, capping at 60k. So his E was hitting as hard as her burst.
Yeah, that character's damage at C6 is pretty insane. So
but like even at C0, like you look at like the numbers, her damage at C0 is still really good. It's above average. Like it's still really good.
Hold
yeah,
on. I got the game up. Hold on. I have 124 ER, so less than I thought, but it's really not a problem, honestly.
But you're using C4 Kaching and Raiden Shogun.
No, okay, those were two different teams. Okay, the Raiden Shogun one, I can see why that wasn't really a good example because it's Raiden, but Kaching, I mean, like
C4.
C4. Okay, my account. We already talked about this. It has a curse. Every time I lose a 50-50, I've only got Kaching. It's a nightmare. I've pulled Kaching 5 times.
Sanzu would call that a blessing.
Okay, it's a blessing and a curse, right? Because I like her because she was my first 5-star. But, like, I kind of need Mona or Jean. You know, maybe like 5 is enough. We can take a break for a little bit.
C6 Kaching is pretty solid though. Sanzu, I had the opportunity to get on a C6 R5 account, and dude, the damage that Kaching was pumping out, very respectable. Because here's the thing, Sanzu showed me this because he says Kaching is not about the screenshot, even though her burst actually has decent scaling and it hits many times. It's about the number of times she hits. That's insane about her. So if you actually add together everything and then evaluate that over a span of, let's say, a minute, because you got to give her time, because one of her biggest strengths is she has a 40 cost burst that's operating on 12 seconds rotation, right? And it's always up. So the second you have her burst, you use it again. It's about that consistency and speed of delivering that damage that makes her good. And yeah, we're not here out capping saying like, oh my god, Kaching is right and level. No, of course not. But for how casually, for example, you're saying you've been losing 50-50, you're not like intentionally hunting for Kaching. You just happen to have a C4 Kaching, that she's already capable of dishing out respectable damage even without a dedicated artifact set for her, right? Like, we look at how Viridescent changed the landscape for Swirl and Anemo units. Kaching doesn't have a dedicated, we're still running 2-2 sets for Kaching, just like Zhao for the longest time. So the potential is always there, and along with Dendro, that's why we're putting so much faith into Dendro in rebalancing Electro, because we don't want to see in the future that all Electro characters just have insane scaling because they have to, right? That's a flaw. We want to see a potential where, hey, maybe we can leverage some of that power into the elemental reaction, because this game, it's kind of like marketed off of that to a degree, so why not lean into that? So then it gives the players more option. It takes some pressure off of Hoyoverse having to release a new Electro character and having to buff the daylights out of their base stats, right? So that's why we're banking so hard on Dendro. I think it's gonna be a shame, right? It's gonna be a shame if it ends up being that Dendro isn't anything too special or new or exciting, and it's just more of the same old.
I mean, it's kind of working right now though, like making Electro characters have really good base numbers, because like even like Sarah, bro, like, oh my god, like a C6 Sarah's burst, I had like 400k one time, bro. Like,
she's crazy. But that's the thing, right? Like, I always feel like it's become a characteristic of Electro to have insane scaling, because they have to, and it makes the characters less exciting. You have really only one way of building them, unless their kits demand it otherwise. But I don't know how I feel about this. It just give us a little more flexibility with Dendro. Like, I don't think Sanzu and I are asking for Electro to become the number one or something. I think it's just all elements should be viewed equally. I know that's a very naive and idealistic way to word it, but it's just, I think all elements should be equal, and it's really up to preference and the content that you face to deem which one is more favorable. And maybe, you know, for Dante's case, it doesn't matter what content I'm facing. Even if I'm fighting Geo Slimes, it's gonna take 10 minutes, man. Like, what can I say? It's like it should be up to the player to decide which one they prefer to use. And I think now, like, look at Raiden. She's so busted at C2, C3. It's inexcusable to like how strong she is. It's crazy, and I think we didn't need to be in this spot, and characters could be more balanced. In fact, it should lean more back into balancing if reactions were more impactful, and they should be, because they play such a big role in the game. Well, not for Dante, but you know. But for everyone else, reactions are a huge part of how we play this game and interact. So, yeah.
Yeah. Normally, I tend to stay quiet when it comes to the discussion about reactions, because there is not much I can actually give to this conversation. But I will humbly say I am sitting here just hearing you all out. I'm happy here with my Geo. That's all I can say. But I'm wishing for the best for all of you reaction users. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dante
All
already
I'm-
got his, you know, his all the buff he needs with the
Yeah.
resonance buff.
all I'm saying is my account's actually more future-proof than Dante because Geo units
Oh, boy.
scream in fear when they see a Geo Slime or Geo Spectre. But as long as my Eula can hit it, she can fucking kill it. I'm so sorry for that.
Well, no, here's the thing. There is something called physical damage that Ito can also use with his stacks and power, so I have faced multiple Geo Slimes and I have lived to tell the tale in less than a minute, so I'm
and
just
doesn't-
saying.
Yeah,
mean-
doesn't Zhongli's E also like basically destroy any Geo shield? It's like
Yes, that's absolutely
Yes,
true.
it does.
So, what we were saying, Lay? Buddy, old friend? What were you
I'll
saying?
do it 10 times faster than you.
Everything's a competition nowadays.
I feel like
Ew.
there's gonna like it's actually pretty interesting that Hoyoverse has never released physical immune units. I mean, I guess
Yeah.
to a degree the lectors, right? Like I
Yeah.
bet you struggle with the lectors, right?
No.
yeah, and the big robots
Because,
have like a ton of resistance, but it's not immune.
I just one-shot them into their phase with Eula, and then Rosaria literally handles every single Lecter shield. Like, there's not a single Lecter that Rosaria can't handle.
Ah, I see. Well, we'll just have to wait until they design a unit that hard counters physical damage. It's like immune to normal damage.
Bro, like, you remember the Primo Giavisha being in the Abyss?
Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
remember
yeah.
that?
Yeah, I
2.4?
remember that.
Yeah, you know you have too much power when you can just pre-pop your... You know how when he stands up, he's immune to damage?
Yeah.
You could pre-pop your burst on Eula, stack up, in a moment he's vulnerable, just switch out, and he's dead.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing about Eula once she gets to a certain level. I think C0 Eula is sometimes like there's quite a bit of risk, you know, and also of course you have to have game knowledge to understand when to pre-pop your burst and how much damage you've accumulated. I think a lot of Eula players, for the most part, if you just dabble in the Eula world, you don't know when to pre-pop, and I think a lot of it eats into people's abyss runs and times, and or they overshoot by like 3 times the damage to kill monsters. It's quite tricky, actually. It is.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But being a Eula main, I don't think you understand. Theory crafters, like the quote-unquote top theory crafters in the community, they all hate Eula. It's nothing but Eula slander. Anytime Eula comes up, they find any and every way to crap on her. Like, they absolutely hate her. So
Wait, why though? Like, is it because
they think
Like,
physical
anomaly?
trash. If you don't have C6, she's not good. She has to crit or you have to reset. And the list goes on and on. They never say anything good about her.
Well, the thing about Eula is that it's such a high learning. It's like the learning curve is very steep in my opinion, and very different from the normal characters. It's not mechanics. It's really just you have to know the numbers roughly in your head, and the timing of your burst is very important as well. You can't do it too early because then you lose out on the whole point of even stacking that much. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole stack and your burst cost is really high, and you gotta like restart. Because if you pop it too early, you might as well restart the room as well. Like there's just no point in continuing the run.
Yeah, but one thing people forget about Eula is that her constellations do not increase her normal attack damage. It only increases her burst damage. I think C1's like the only one that technically increases her normal attack damage, but it's only about like 10%. So you have it where people will say, okay, what about enemies that have like a damage cap? You can't use your burst, right? Even C0s might do too much damage. You don't have to always use your burst on Eula. Bro, it's very easy, even for a free-to-play Eula, to hit 30k per auto. Like, you don't have to, her autos hit like a truck. You don't have to burst every single time with her.
Mm-hmm. You see, this is where we get into the territory of specialties.
Can you
Most
believe that
people
we've
don't
been
know
going
that.
for almost like 2 hours, more than 2 hours right now, actually.
Oh, we're hitting 3 we're hitting 3 hours right now. So
Yeah,
Really?
5 minutes will be 3.
Wait. Oh my God, you're right. Oh, I forgot that we. Oh, I thought we started at 10 p.m. PST.
yeah,
We started at 9.
yeah.
Well, time flies when you're having fun and chatting with
Like-
good
I mean, we were
friends.
just chilling. Like, the
This-
podcast technically been over. We were just chilling.
Yeah.
This just shows Genshin. Like we can sit here and talk about Genshin the whole night, and we probably can do it if we really wanted to. And it's like a lot of people say that Genshin is out of content. I think Genshin's content is, in most parts, speculatory, and it thrives in discussions. When Genshin players who have things to say can really sit down and talk about it, that's when Genshin, I think, as a game, thrives.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're having all of this conversation, you know, there's a massive delay going on. It's a dead game, guys. But, no, I think it's great. I mean, that's one thing that I always will love about Genshin is that it's an interesting game. And I mean, there's a lot to talk about.
Bro,
Like,
Final Flame said keep it going. He doesn't want it to stop.
no, this is a great vibe for real. I love talking about Genshin with people, and it's it's like one thing that I heard the Theory Crafters talk about on their podcast, and this is, I think, really cool with Genshin, and I've talked about this on my stream, and I'm gonna keep pushing this idea. I think it's legit. Like most games are either kind of they're like really simple by design, or they're incredibly complicated by design. Like you could name a couple of different games that are like that, but like it's really hard to make a game that's incredibly simple on the surface but gives you a lot of depth the more you want to dig into it. Like a lot of people, for instance, are frustrated by the fact that there's so much depth in Genshin's combat because it feels like there's really nowhere to take it, like nowhere to really test it out, you know. But Genshin is an incredible game. Like all of us, I think, remember playing for a long time, maybe not really thinking about things as much as we do now. And like, shoot, I remember when I first started playing, my OP strat was to light grass on fire with Xinyan and then parry with Beidou. And over the course of Genshin, just all the things you learn about the character's unique traits and everything that they can do and the different pairings and all the different stuff, like I just think it's super cool. You know.
Well,
Yeah. I am getting very angry texts from a certain someone, so I'm probably going to take my leave here.
Yeah, man.
Again, yeah, it's been super nice hanging out and talking.
Alright.
And I want to say something super quick because what do you call it? Walrus is here. Walrus, you are like the person who got me in Flow's community because I saw Flow in chat and like I think you recommended him or something. So, you know, without you, I probably wouldn't be here. So that's pretty cool. I hope everyone has a good night though. Try to get sleep because I think it's like 1 or 2 a.m. over there.
As long as Flo has tea, he can go forever. I'm positively convinced.
Me as my sip my tea. Like, what?
Yeah, I'm surprised he's never excused himself to go get tea, but I'm willing to bet at one point he stepped away to go get tea without interrupting us.
Twice, actually.
Yeah, see,
Really?
I knew it.
Yeah. It's my lifeblood.
Oh, we can't
All
end
right.
right now because now I gotta talk to Walrus because you started another topic for me. So see ya, Momo. It was nice having you.
Yeah, have a good night, Momo. Thanks
Have
for being
a-
here.
Have a wonderful
Uh,
night, Momo.
But Walrus,
Good night.
how do you feel when? Okay, this was like in 1.5 when the first Vagabond came and the 3 samurai dudes were there and they were super hard, right?
Yeah,
There's literally memes of Imtest going like days before it. It's like, man, we need harder content. They release the Vagabonds, he gets one shot, and he's like, yo, what is this? It's like, bro, you asked for harder content. Like, what are you complaining for? Like, people literally complained that they got harder content, but they said they wanted harder content. I'm so
Okay.
confused.
This is the thing. People this is the thing people have to understand, and this is why I don't ever take people's comments and stuff at face value, and I always tries to hear them out. I don't believe that we've truly conversed unless you're either A, sitting in my chat responding to my points, or like as a content creator you responded through video format, or we've sat like this in a voice chat conversing about these, because it's never just the surface level stuff. People, like, it's the same thing with the end game. Like, this is why I think I made a video and talked about this, and people, in the comments yet again, they're doing the same thing. It's just people don't want what they say they want. People it's very how should I put this, it's very alarming to me to know that how should I put this without making it sound like I gotta be very careful with the next words that come out of my mouth. I think people are not truthful to themselves, and I think they will willingly repeat or jump on bandwagons that they themselves don't even know what the fuck it's about, just so they can fit in and feel. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like, I enjoy the company of my chat, of you guys talking about things that interest me, or even relatively interest me. I'd love to just sit and vibe. But I think take that to a bigger scale, and you end up in a situation where people are literally chanting and screaming for stuff that they don't even want themselves. Like, they truly don't want themselves. And it really takes you to sit down and talk with them and break it down. And you're like, wait a minute, you don't really want that, do you? You want this, and this is not that. So, like, why are you saying that? But this gets back to the whole like hype and bandwagoning effect. People don't want endgame. That's the point I was trying to make. People don't want endgame the way they think they want endgame. And I know this for a fact because I've been through how many different games. How many, like, I think I've already lost count how many different games that I've been through. And I yes, this is not me flexing, but I have the luxury to speed run games because I can whale in them. I can join a new gacha game, MOBA game, or like any game, not MOBA, gacha game, phone game right now, and I can be end game before I go to bed tonight. And that's a luxury. I know that's a luxury, right? And I'm not trying to say that it's not, but I'm just saying I see this over and over again. The community itself doesn't even know what it wants. They're just screaming because they have nothing else to talk about, and that's very dangerous. And how many games have like verged or teetered on death because the community can't pull itself together.
I have to agree with you, Walrus. A lot of the community don't really know what they want. I have heard for such a long time that people say we want harder content. They want content that, in their eyes, it's going to be challenging, but they never specify what type of hard content they want. I come from a background where I have played games like Bloodborne, Dark Souls. Flow can say that they're not easy games because Flo has been playing Elden Ring, which is on the same formula, and those are really hard games. If you try to play them, they can be very hard games unless you know what you're doing and if you get into the rhythm of it. And still, you should be careful because you could die at any moment. And the thing is, a lot of people demand harder content, but they don't really realize what harder content means. And the thing is, I don't think that people want harder content. They just want content that would endure more what they're doing. Like, sure, they have to endure the DPS that you're outputting, and that could be translated to larger health pools. But harder content, that would mean introducing a lot of new mechanics, or simply bloating the difficulty by introducing more mobs, or what they have done recently, the monolith protection that you do on the Spiral Abyss. That can technically be harder to accomplish because it's a different mechanic, but a lot of people might not be satisfied with that at the end of the day because that's not what they truly wanted. They wanted something different, but they don't really know how to properly communicate it because they don't even know. They have never experienced it. So
This is
personally,
yeah, like I I think I found a good way to explain that, and I use it as an example a lot, and I hope this will help people understand what I'm trying to say is that um take watching a movie, right? Like how often can you walk out of movie theaters even as somebody who has no experience in film production, but for some reason the audience can tell when a movie isn't good? And this isn't subjective. I'm talking like just overwhelmingly certain films can be, let's say like Sharknado 15, for example, right? You can definitively say that was a bad movie. How do you know that? Right? You've never studied filmmaking. You've never really made a movie. In fact, you've never even, let's say, filmed anything on a camera. How would we know that? We know that because we've seen enough good movies to know what a good movie feels like. And it's the same thing with video games, right? But there's a point where we can say that was a bad movie, but if you break it down even further, okay, what was bad about it? Okay, how should we change it? And what do we do over here and there and there and there and there? And eventually it gets to the point where the normal person can't answer any more questions because they don't know what else they can change because they've never made a movie. So I think currently in Genshin Impact, it's gotten to the point where yeah, we can tell the game maybe isn't amazing in certain ways, right? But then people are taking it the next step. They're taking the liberty to start telling the developers what they should do to make the game great, and they're very vague about it.
Yeah.
Right? That's what Dante
Oh
was
yeah.
saying. And
yes.
I absolutely 100% agree. There's many aspects of game development and business that I think gamers just lack understanding of in general. And for that reason, we just make wild assumptions about like what could be possible for the game without considering like how much time that would take, how many resources that would take, like many things, even to the point of like just simple things like scope. Like I know a lot of people keep saying that they need to hire more people or put more money into the game. Like people are mad that they're funding other games. But like I've said this before, pumping more money into Genshin is not necessarily going to make it a better game. It's not going to make it like make or break the game. It's not going to just all of a sudden make all the problems go away. If anything, it could make the game worse because they could end up spending a bunch of money on useless nonsense that bloats the game and kind of sucks the life from it. Like I'm sure you guys know a lot of AAA game producers nowadays. Like they don't produce works of art anymore. They just produce games. Like it's just the same game over and over again, you know? So I do think that is a thing.
yeah, and I think that's where the community really has to bend. And I keep saying this: we need to stay connected and to share a voice. I think content creators should be the megaphones to the communities, right? We should be taking important points and discussions, and we should project them to a volume where maybe it'll get the attention of developers or other content creators to the point where people, if the point we're trying to make is truly important, maybe more people will pick up on it. And that's, I think, you know, I feel like I don't want to sound too lectury, but I just feel like we're a lot of the time that is being spent into Genshin and whatnot, and that its content creators have really just given up. To a degree, I think they have, because I see them rather look for new games and new things to do, as opposed to. And I don't know if we can really blame the community, because a lot of them can just say like, well, you know, we tried, we talked about it, and the community just call us doom posters, harass us, you know, threaten us, and tell us to quit. And then I think this is we're in a really tricky position, aren't we? Like the people who truly finds Genshin to be no problem whatsoever, it's the perfect game, and why should we change anything? Can we truly say they're wrong, right? This is like, we're at the point where the movie isn't Sharknado, but it's more like I don't know if you guys seen this. I need to pick a movie that's very subjective to people's opinion, like a Dark Knight, like a Batman movie. Some people may like it, some people may not like it. Like Batman 3. So is it Batman 3, The Dark Knight Rises? Like,
Yes.
like some people can say, it's a bad movie. Some people say, oh, it's a pretty good movie. I really liked it. I liked it. Okay, Batman, The Dark Knight Rises versus The Dark Knight. A lot of people would say The Dark Knight is a better movie, is the better movie. But there would be people who says, I like The Dark Knight Rises more. I like that one more. So it's like, it's really independent. Like, who's right? Right? Is the game good? Is the game bad? Should the game need to change? Should the game need to evolve, or should it just stay the same? It's tricky. I've been making videos about this stuff for so long, and I just can't get a grasp on it either.
Yeah, well, it's also that people tend towards extremes. Like, I've seen some theory crafters make a few videos about this, which is, I think we should talk about this a little more often as content creators, is that, like, I mean, we do live in a reactionary, clickbaity society where it's kind of like, we're all trying to garner attention for our brands. So we're trying to be relevant and, bring up people's attention to us. So, we use tactics like that. But I think sometimes it causes people to escalate a conversation that doesn't need escalating, or it causes people to inflate an opinion that is really menial. Like, for instance, theory crafters, what they would keep talking about is that a character will come out, and this is a fact. Mathematically, all of these characters are so close within range of each other that, like, either a character nowadays is, like, okay, like, good, like, just basically the same as all the rest, or they're cracked. And a cracked one hasn't come out in a long time. And the thing is that people go from saying this character's okay to saying they're the best character on the face of the earth. Or they go from saying this character's pretty bad or kind of bad to saying this character's gutter trash. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's impossible for a lot of people to really prevent themselves from skating into those, like, it's like a clickbait hole or something. It's like your opinion becomes a clickbait because you see it all over, like, Kokomi is trash, worst character in the game, ? And then you're like, you're just like saying that stuff to your friends, and does that make sense to everyone? I don't know.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. Like, holy smokes, because it's gotten to the point where is there really, like, can there be a video release that's not clickbait? If you are a sizable creator, I think to a certain degree, you have wired your content and how you even title, like, because I think there was a video talking about this. There's like two different types of clickbait. There's a type that's very suggestive and eventually does maybe even like answer your question or your concern or whatever. And then there's a type that's a blatant lie, like straight up lie. Right? So for example, if I post a video right now and it's titled something like oh my god, Varka choked. I don't know why I keep going back to it. Okay, you guys made Varka. I got news of Varka or whatever, right? And then video, and it's just the entire video is just me talking about how I like Varka, how I like speculatory. I'd say that's like a malicious clickbait. That's not true. But but how would you title that video? If somebody wanted to talk about Varka and share Varka with other people, how would they title that video? That is my question. Without it sounding clickbaity to other people.
We could name a video, perhaps, Walrus enjoys choking and Varka? ?
Okay. That's the thing, right? There's no. I don't think there is a smart way of titling videos and creating content without it sounding somewhat, air quote, clickbaity.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just important for the audience to know that those clickbait titles are not the genuine opinion or the genuine point of the video, because like the escalating opinion thing, I think it comes mostly from clickbaity kind of things. Like there's a lot of people, I'll be honest, that don't actually learn about the units or anything. Like, I hear a lot of people, they'll go, Kokomi is trash. Be like, do you have Kokomi? Like, no. Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, it's just kind of like, people get so in their head that like they hear someone in a Discord say so and so, I know for a fact so and so is trash, or a content creator has a clickbaity title, and they don't even, maybe the content creator didn't even say the character's trash. Maybe they just said, I don't like this about this character's kit, and someone will take that and extrapolate it and just bend it into this, like, you know, something that's just not even real anymore. Like it's just like people, you know. So I think that kind of happens a lot with Genshin.
Yeah, like this is true in a lot of different. It doesn't just pertain to Genshin, because now we're talking about people's behavior. Is that people will have something they truly believe in, and then they'll look for facts. What's that thing called? Like something biasness.
It's confirmation bias. Confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias. Yeah, they'll already have an opinion of something, and then they'll look for facts to support their opinion, and they'll ignore everything else. It happens so much in Genshin, and I'm not gonna even name people or communities that do this, but there are entire communities of people. Like, I think to a degree, most subreddits are like that. That's why they form subreddits, because those people will give them that confirmation bias. But it becomes a problem when they take that and start going around and holding it over other people as fact.
Yeah, because Genshin is a game where, like, it's pretty new and we're starting to get the feel for it. I feel like everything is starting to get pretty well understood, but for a long time, things were like really up in the air. And it's like, you're like watching one content creator who says, oh, Hu Tao's gonna be like the most insane broken character ever. You're watching another one saying she's literally useless. And then, like, you know, it just, like, this conversation gets kind of crazy and people get lost in the weeds, I think. Like, they don't really understand that this is more of like a meta conversation and less of like a, this will be your personal experience with this character for sure, kind of.
Yeah, that's why I really miss the, what was it called? The early days of Genshin. I think those days were good because nothing was set in stone. People were willing to remain open-minded. Everything you posted was subject to change.
I don't know. So I just feel like that's what segmented people, though. Like, people went into like these little mini communities because they felt like insecure about Genshin's future. And so they're like latching on to some confident streamer who's like, oh, I know everything about Genshin. You know? Like, that's just...
Yeah. That's why I say if we just stayed in that state, it would have been good. And of course, I never stayed like that. But that moment was great because everybody was willing to ask questions. Nobody was like egotistical for the most part. Because, like, honestly, to be egotistical to a degree, you have to lie to yourself to at least tell yourself, I know everything. I know it all. But like at that time, literally no one knew it all. Bennett was like B tier. For whatever reason, I did not know B tier, and like Jiangling was considered not that good, right? Xingqiu was okay. People were memeing about him looking like looking like a girl, right? Until they realized like, holy shit, wait, that's a daddy right there. But you know, I really miss that time. I think I really enjoy that aspect of a lot of different games when they're in that stage, because meta doesn't matter, and I don't think meta matters too much for people now, but it's just like when the meta has been figured out, it leaves little room for discussion and talking about potential. Hey, maybe we can try this. Like, no, that doesn't work. Mathematically, it doesn't work. They're already crunching numbers. Not gonna even bother with that. Like, no, like, what's the point of playing it? Like, are we playing a game here, or are we like writing some science paper?
If I may, I think that personally, meta could be used to optimize a character, but it shouldn't be used as the gospel that they're using it at the moment, if I may say so. Because when you think about it, this game is designed to make every character have a role. It's not like characters can be just crushed away because none of them are viable or none of them are what can you say, like useful in a certain way. You have to remember that every single character is a product in this game, and if it's a product, the developers, Hoyoverse, is obliged to literally design them to work. So normally what I do is I approach this game looking for the characters that I like, that I enjoy, the elements that I enjoy. and I based my playthrough on that fact that I enjoy playing this character. I enjoy the personality, and I'll make them work by optimizing, and that's where the meta, quote unquote meta, comes from for me when it comes to just optimizing the character and making it work. But I don't stress too much about, for example, completing the Spiral Abyss. Even to this day, I haven't been able to 36 star it, but I don't sweat about it because it's just one part of the game. The enjoyment that I have from this game goes beyond just trying to compete and get those stars. So I think
But
that in general,
see,
Mhm.
Dante, you are lucky because you're in our community because we're so nice. But no, I'm
have
serious.
No.
Like half joking,
No.
but like there are people who are in communities that if you, for example, if you can't beat Abyss 12 and then they see your team and they're like, how can you not beat Abyss 12 like that? Like blah 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 blah. Right? And I think FlowCat, you can even attest to this that there are communities out there that are very goal driven, and I think eventually, I mean, Dante, why you ended up in our communities, I would like to hope is because that you enjoyed how casual this community is, right? And I think to a degree that people, how should I put this? I think for the most part, the Genshin community is good. I truly believe that. I think for the most part, people are amazing. It's just it just takes one person, right? Like it just takes one person in a community to really make things a little sour for everyone. And unfortunately, in the Genshin community, because it's so large, you can't avoid finding a couple bad apples. It is what it is though, which is
Bruh.
and I've chosen just to turn a blind eye to it because there's nothing we can do. They have the freedom to say and do what they want, so let them say and do what they want.
To
I'll
answer
never-
your
Never,
sorry, Lee.
never talk to Dante about like artifacts or something because Dante likes to flex on people, bro.
No.
And you
That's
think
absolutely
Dante's
a lie.
nice? He is not. No, bro. Like
No,
he
that's
will
not.
shove
That's a
stuff
lie.
in your face. No, you shut up, Dante. Let me tell them this. This
That's an
dude,
absolute
literally,
lie.
when Ganyu's rerun came back, he popped in a voice chat with me and Matsum one day. We were just chilling, having fun on Genshin, talking, just vibing. He pops in. He goes, "Guys, I just got my Ganyu. I want to ask, is my build good? I got the Amos bow, and she has like 90 crit rate and 270 crit damage. I just wanted to ask, is that pretty good? Like, I got this attack sands. It has like 60 crit value, like it's like, bro, you did not just pop in here to flex on us like that."
Okay, for context, let me defend myself here. I started playing the game around what was it? Perhaps Shongli's Banner, the rerun, and I have never had the opportunity to get Ganyu before. I didn't knew nothing about Ganyu at all. So actually, I knew I had some good pieces on that artifact set, but I didn't knew if I had to get an elemental mastery or an attack. So I was genuinely asking because I didn't knew. But somehow Lei always believes that I was flexing, and from this point on,
bro, you literally popped in. You didn't even say hey. You said, "Hey man, is my Ganyu good? About 90 crit rate, 200, almost 300 crit damage, and her signature weapon on a 4-piece Wanderers and stuff. I'm gonna try to pull Kazuha in the future, get her to a nice little team, like and stuff. Like, bro, you didn't even say, "Hey, how's your day, Lei? Like, how are you doing? What you doing, buddy? Like, oh man, are you on Genshin? Sure." It was not that. It was look at my Ganyu. I've been farming for him. I've been waiting for this rerun for like a year now. Man, like I saved so many primos to get her C1 and her Amos bow and stuff. Like, man, come on.
Look, all I'm going to say is I actually have a genuine question, and I was looking for experts, but apparently somehow I ended up doing something bad. So do forgive me on that one, my dear friend.
No,
So-
Walrus, Dante is literally the dude who came up to me and said, I don't think my Ito's good enough. He only has 75 crit rate on 260 crit damage. I don't think he's good enough.
See, Dante went looking for the masters, and he didn't realize that he was actually just looking for himself.
Well,
I think dude, Dante literally said, I'm not going to stop farming the Husk domain because my 75 crit rate, 260 crit damage Ito is not good enough.
and I'll be honest, I'm still stand by that. I still want to farm for a good sands on that domain, and I'm not giving up.
This is the thing, right? I don't know, but like I think there's a category of players who are also content creators that makes people think even their most cracked characters are inadequate. And I believe that, because if you go look at Tony too, like, yeah, he has C6 and R5 and all that stuff, but there are people who have gotten so insane lucky. You just need to come across one showcase, like a YouTube short or like a TikTok or whatever, like Instagram or like whatever. You just need to come across one clip. And for example, Dante may be one day sitting there chilling, you know, stroking his Ito picture frame and being like, "Oh, daddy," and then he's like scrolling on his phone, and then he comes across a YouTube short with the Ito, who is like, "C0 Ito, haha, no food buffs," and then the dude's just like doing 30% more damage than whatever Dante can do, and Dante's just like, "Wait, what?" But what Dante doesn't realize is that guy just won the freaking lottery when it comes to RNG, right? So now Dante is chasing this fad, essentially, almost, or this impossible expectation of this character, which I think a lot of people are like that, and a lot of people come to me and they've asked me, "Hey, how's my character doing?" It's like, it's pretty good. It's like, yeah, but I saw this clip or something, and they were doing twice my damage. And it's like, okay, like, do you know what weapon they're using? Like, yeah, like, signature weapon, like what refinements? Like, oh, I don't know that. So it's just, it is what this does to people, right? Is put these kind of expectations.
Bro,
and I'm sure Dante has seen some crazy Ito videos and clips.
Well, not only have I been used,
he didn't have Bennett for months, right? He just got Bennett like a month or so ago. And he was telling me his build. He was like, I have like almost 70 crit rate, like 130, 140 crit damage, and pretty good energy recharge, and like 20k HP. I was like, that's pretty good Bennett. I was like, you just need a little bit more ER. He said, oh, that's a level 1. I haven't leveled him up yet, so I'm gonna still get 30 ER from his assist. I was like, what the hell, Dante?
Okay, that one I was actually very curious, because being completely honest, I spent almost more than a year without a Bennett, and I'm not exaggerating. I didn't acquire Bennett until very recently, even though I've spent over a year playing this game, and I was very curious because since I never got Bennett, I never researched how to build him, and I was actually asking for genuine advice, for real.
I'm gonna take the opportunity to call you out on everything, Dante. I hate you.
Oh no.
no. So he's been far. He already has his Kazuha artifacts, right? Because he's trying to get Kazuha in the future.
I already have.
I was telling him, no, shut up, Dante. I was telling him that you only need around between 800 to 1,000 EM for like a C0 Kazuha, right? For him to be perfectly good. And he said, oh, so my Kazuha is going to have like almost 800, have like 750 EM, but he'll also have like 70 crit rate and 190 crit damage on top of that. So he's going to be pretty good, right?
Well, I was actually very proud of that, because alone with only the artifact set, I was able to get very good stats and subsets. I was very proud.
Wait, I gotta stop you for a second. Are you telling me that his Kazuha is gonna have a better ratio than mine?
Yes!
Do you really want me to tell you what the ratio is going to be? Like, do you want me to tell you right now?
If it's 70-190, it's better than my Kazuha.
bro.
Let me tell you. Okay, wait. Let
If
me tell
Dante
you.
pulls out a character, he will tell you that character's stat without you even asking. I said, hey, bro, we were doing a co-op on Raiden Boss, right, when it first came out. I said, hey, bro, I don't feel like using Zhongli. Can you use your Diona? He said, yeah, my Diona has like almost 40k HP, sacrificial bow, like 300 ER. I was like, I didn't ask for all that, Dante. I said, can you use
I
your
was just giving
Diona?
you the specs. I was just giving you
I
the
said,
specs.
use your
Come on.
Diona. I didn't ask for that.
Okay, Flo. So my Kazuha is going to have, if I manage to pull it, 775 elemental mastery, 62 crit rate, 128 crit damage, and 132 energy recharge.
That's so
Okay,
good for a C0. That's so
that's
good.
amazing. That's incredible. But I'm relieved to say that that is not better than my Kazuha. So you're allowed to live now. You're allowed to continue on
Wait,
existing.
if you take away your Jade Cutter, it's better than
Hey,
your
shh,
Kaza.
shh, shh, don't talk about that. We're not gonna talk about that.
His Kaza artifacts are better than yours.
Yeah, they are. They are. And you know, I spent like just to show you guys how pointless artifact grinding can be. I spent a month and a half, probably, yeah, like a month and a half solid max refreshing every single day before Kazuha came out.
Look, like he one time, Dante is so addicted to artifact stats. He one time just started spurting them out. One time, he was like, "Oh yeah, I got this pyro damage goblet." So he has a pretty good ratio now. I was like, Dante, what the fuck are you talking about? We're not even talking about Genshin. He was like, "Oh, I was just telling you my D-Luke artifacts, bro." Like, what?
Listen,
Well,
I
because
was.
Dante's Kazuha was
Oh wait, what happened to Momo?
Momo was like, "Oh damn, Dante's talking about artifacts again. Let me just dip real quick before I get pulled."
Very quick. Also, as a side note, before we continue, Walrus, you asked about something, and it was the reason why I stayed on this community. And let me tell you, I first found you before finding Flow, and I stayed with you because you were very reasonable. You were an amazing content creator that was open to talking with the community. A couple of times I managed to interact with you on your live streams, and I felt very comfortable. And I am very grateful that thanks to you, I also found Flo, an amazing guy, a great friend, and I'm just very happy to be in this community and find great friends like Lei and Momo. So thank you for that.
Correction.
Really.
Dante likes to find.
Here, I'm trying to get it rebooted on my end. Wow. I think it worked. Yeah.
We're back.
Yeah, wow, that's crazy. I can't believe it rebooted it. But
Back in business then.
holy cow. Sorry everyone, my internet exploded in a fiery flame of terror and destruction. So, I am back. Let me get logged back into Genshin. My internet exploded. So, yeah.
I mean, your internet overloaded.
Oh,
Genshin references.
That's rich. Oh, that's just rich. It's like
Bro, fuck your internet, honestly. And Dante, you better start telling the goddamn truth right now.
Okay, Lei, Bobby, my friend, I think that you're overreacting here. I just asked for advice a couple of times. You have to relax, my friend. Relax. Nothing else happened.
Lay. I needed to take 3 deep breaths. Okay.
No! Injustice!
No, no. Do you think that's a productive way of coming to a solution? Anger has never led to anything.
All right,
except
who's an
for one
attorney?
thing.
Is there a lawyer in chat? I need someone.
Is there a
This is
lawyer?
bullshit.
What?
Um,
I come from a
What's
family
that?
of lawyers.
What's that thing that Confucius used to say was like, people will think violence is the answer until a fly lands on their balls.
okay, dude.
It's true. It's true.
It is true. It is true. It is true.
Yeah.
Oh my god, for one of my communications classes I had to like do opening statements for like a mock trial thing, and oh my god, I hate it so much. You had to memorize this whole like 1 to 2 page script. It's bad.
I mean, I think Dante to a degree doesn't. You don't need to worry about it, man. Just keep asking Lei for good, solid artifact advices. I'm sure he'll love to guide you through all the, the details, the do's and don'ts and whatnot.
Bro,
I'll be
Walrus, I literally one time said elemental goblets are the hardest thing to farm because I was struggling, right? Just farming an artifact set. And Dante goes, "Oh, so I must have got pretty lucky with this cryo goblet I got one time from
No,
my
no, no.
god you."
It wasn't cryo, it was an elemental mastery goblet for Cassica.
Well, he
It was
remembers.
it was EM. I could have sworn you said
He
Yeah.
remembers.
I
he remembers
remember-
that conversation.
No, that just means
I-
you've done it twice, you bastard.
I
Oh, wait, you mean Kazu
remember-
mid, right?
Yeah, and I remember precisely the stats on that artifact set. I remember them to the
you've
letter.
done it twice because I know you've done it for Ganyu before. Or where's Matum? Why does Matum have to live in the UK?
Yeah, he's long gone.
Right.
We'll have to try to do a
Oh.
special a special early version for him, where like we can start super early and he can actually.
Before I forget, one of the things I wanted to say to Walrus, actually it was my dream for a long time to, I even requested, what's it called? Account review, just because I wanted you to see my artifacts, because I remember that you once said, if someone does not win the 50-50 or avoids Chichi tax, that means that they're going to have bad artifacts. And I have avoided Chichi for over a year now, and I have my artifact sets, so I wanted you to see them. That was my dream, my end game, my goal. Just,
That was
just
the
so you know.
purpose. When he was in the domains, he was like, "I'm gonna show Walrus. I'm gonna show him."
They'll see. They'll all see.
Hey, Walrus, how does it feel to have like one of the most popular Genshin memes in the community, like from all communities?
What meme? I have one of the most popular Genshin memes.
Dude, do you like actually not know?
Is it the Chi-Chi tax? Are people actually using that now?
No, it's the it's about Chi-Chi, but it's not Chi-Chi tax. It's when a long time ago, you were saying like characters needed batteries for like elements, and you were like naming off. You were like Bennett for Pyro, right? Bennett for like Xiangling and stuff. And when you got to Cryo, you said Chi-Chi needs Eula needs Chi-Chi for a battery. Someone clipped that, and it's a meme. It's been a meme for like almost a year now.
Let me
Really?
look this up, hold on.
Yes, I swear to God. Look, dude, I can literally show you the video. Wait, let me DM the video.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Wait,
Bro,
I
it
said,
got so many views.
did I say? Dude, I don't even know about that.
Actually,
Bro, I
No,
swear to you, I'm not lying. I swear to you. Zajeff,
Oh my god, it's a thing.
one of the big theory crafters, Zajeff, Zyok's guy, he was reacting to that video you made when you said that. And when you said Chi-Chi the battery for you, he
Oh shit! I must have meant Diona. If I said that, I
Someone-
must have.
Bro, someone clipped it.
Eula, you bring Chi-Chi as a battery.
Bro, it got so many views.
Wait, let me see. Actually, I didn't know about this. I didn't know about this at all.
Wait. Oh my god.
EroticWalruss exposed. Unreliable source. Must exterminate.
Bro, I found it.
I swear.
it. So many bro, literally just Walrus, pull up YouTube on your channel and just type in
17,000 views.
So many.
17,000.
Chi-Chi battery?
Bro, Chi-Chi is a battery. You just
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Oh my god.
CEO of Geo Genshin clips, but it's not that big, right? Like it's like 17,000
but
views.
it's also on Reddit, it's on Twitter, it's on a lot of Genshin YouTube channels.
Oh my goodness!
I
This is
never
like,
knew that existed.
It's like
Bro.
blowing up for the wrong reasons.
This is
No, okay. The thing is, I must have meant Diona. It's like this is the thing. I knew for the longest time Chi-Chi doesn't generate particles. So there's no way I would have said it either. Like I thought you meant like I said it as a joke and people were like taking it like that, but I don't even remember this. Like, this
No,
is
bro,
so
like
back in my-
this shit blew up, bro. It's on Reddit, it's on Twitter, it's on YouTube.
You have to make a response video. You have to apologize for putting out false information to the Genshin community.
Oh my gosh, Walrus, can you do a super fake apology video? Please.
do it.
But the thing is, no one is ever gonna, it's not gonna get the traction, right? It's not gonna get the traction anymore. But that's crazy. Like,
Listen, you gotta start with I have made a severe.
Bro,
Continuous
Walrus, I
lapse in my
thought you just handled it so well. I thought you knew about this.
I didn't know Shichi was a battery. I might have to.
Wait,
use her
did you
brain.
actually not know about this?
no, I didn't know about this.
Bro, what?
Oh hey Lay, I told that story on stream today about that person who tried to do a theory crafting session with you and then was like, "So is Flo single?"
Wait, what?
Someone
Oh
did
my
it.
God.
Lay can tell it.
Put it back.
Okay, so we have this thing in Flow's chat. I mean, not chat,
Yeah.
Discord.
Mhm.
And it's like a theory crafting session. So you can come to me, and it used to be
Yeah,
Kiryu, but
right.
he's taking a break from Discord right now. So it's only me
Yeah.
as of right now. So if someone wants to apply for it to help me out, you can. But people will put in an application, and then I'll literally sit down with them, and I'll basically do an account review. But I'm helping Flow out because Flow can only do so many account reviews. So that's basically what I'm doing. I'm helping Flow out on the side. We call it a TC session. I had a TC session with this guy. He deleted his account on Discord, so I guess he quit Genshin. But at the very end, right before I said bye, he said, "So you're really good friends with Flo, right?" And I said,
Like-
"Yeah." And he said, "Do you know if he's single?" I was like, "What the fuck?" Wait, well, I think he's single. Well, why? He was like, oh, nothing. I was just curious.
Oh my god.
People be hella thirsty out here, aren't they?
Flo, how does it feel to be such an icon, just like really in the
Bro,
public eye?
Flo, it was the stream when your hair was wet, like you just took a shower.
Oh wow.
Oh my god, that's
Maybe
so
I'm in
weird.
the wrong business here. Maybe I need to be like on OnlyFans or something. I don't know.
We need to be
Oh,
very
no.
careful how we present ourselves in what situation. Dude, Flo, never go live with wet hair, man. That's just like asking for, you know,
Yeah, I guess.
for trouble.
Yeah.
yeah, make it double.
I'm still shocked that Walrus never. How did no one tell you? This stuff is literally on
Okay.
Reddit and Twitter too.
I never knew somebody even took that clip.
Bro,
That I think it makes a lot more sense now, because now if I think back, I think there was a period of time when a lot of people started spamming in my comment section like Chi-Chi battery, and I thought it was like a meme at that time, and I didn't even know what was going on. Yeah, it's insane. Like holy shit, I swear to God, I did not know this existed. I did not know this. I mean,
never knew he created a meme.
Walrus?
holy smokes, that is some next level stuff though.
Yeah, I have an extremely important question for everyone here. This is a formal debate I want to open. Do you prefer orange juice with or without the pulp?
Without the pulp.
I agree. I agree. Man of culture.
With
over
the
Wow,
there.
that's an extremely boring drink that you're drinking over there without any pulp. That's all I have
I'm
to
a
say about
gorilla,
that.
bro.
Hey, I mean, texture is everything.
I'm gonna be completely real with y'all. I never knew for years growing up that you could buy orange juice with pulp. So the first time I ever had orange juice with pulp, I didn't know what the fuck I was drinking. I literally spit that shit out.
You probably thought that. You probably thought it went bad on the shelf or something. Like, ew, like, oh, it's clumping.
Bro, I literally spit that shit out.
The thing is, orange juice. I don't know. I'm okay with getting the pulp one. Like, for example, if you get it freshly squeezed at a restaurant or something like that, it has pulp in it. I'm not gonna be like, ew, take that back. I'm not. I'll be like, okay, it's nice. And sometimes the pulp can add like FlowCat was saying, add some sort of flair and excitement to the drink. But if I were to specifically choose, most of the time I would say 7 or 8 out of 10 I would choose no pulp, because it just the drink is supposed to be a fluid. Like I don't like the chunks in there sometimes, kind of misleading me a little bit.
Yeah, do you like milkshakes?
Not the biggest fan. I'm okay with milkshakes. I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of milkshakes.
Oh man, well,
too thick.
That's gotta be the line that I draw. We can't be friends anymore.
Wait, you a huge milkshake fan?
I do milkshakes. Like if I ever get diabetes, it will be because of milkshakes. They're amazing. They're incredible, and they're everything that everyone should love.
Hey, Walrus, while you're here, can you please help me, because Dante refuses to believe me about your age.
What?
Oh,
Oh,
you mean the fact that I'm 50 something?
Yeah, he refuses.
Nobody believes me, dude. I've shown Lei my freaking driver's license.
Average Genshin player.
Well,
No.
Yeah, dude, Dante. I don't know who else I needed. Like, do I need to bring Sanzu in here as well? Like, dude, I'm telling you, it's okay. Nobody trusts me. Nobody trusts me. All right, and
no, I just think that
everywhere I go, I have to present my ID. Every time I get pulled over by the this is how bad it's gotten. I've been pulled over before and had the police call reinforcements for fake ID. That's how bad it's gotten before.
Oh wow.
I just don't look it, right? Like nobody would believe it. It's like, no, it's real. It's real. But
well,
what can I say? It's been a curse more than it has been a blessing.
I'm going to be extremely honest with you, Walrus. I just find it amazing. Like, I believe you. If you really say that's your age, then I believe you. Truly, I do. But
he's literally shown me. Like chat, y'all might not believe him, but he's literally shown me. Chat, he's in his 50s. He's not lying.
All I can say is it's remarkably amazing, and I mean, I hope that when I reach that age, I also look as youthful as you. So
the thing is, I think the older people get, there's one thing that you can tell is that there's this syndrome called the resting bitch face syndrome, right? If you guys realize, look in the mirror. No, like this is something that you develop over the years when you deal with enough BS. It's that when your face is fully relaxed, you just look annoyed. And I know there are people who are young who has it. I know there are some teenagers who has it, but it's a character that comes as you get older and older and older. You deal with enough stuff, you just have that face. That's how you can tell. Like, I'm not lying. I have it. I had this syndrome for over 20 years now. Like, look, this is my face when I'm relaxed.
Let me see this. Oh my god, yeah. I'm looking at my phone camera right now. I just look angry. All the time.
yeah. It's like that's an effect. And when I'm playing games, I'm having fun. I'm watching anime. I'm watching like a comedy show. For the most part, if I'm not feeling anything, or even if I am feeling something, that's what my face looks like. It's a curse, my friends. It's a curse. Never grow old. Stay young. Stay young at heart and in appearance. Dante, you're gonna look fine when you age. You're gonna age like wine. People say I age like milk.
Why?
Listen.
Well, thank you. I hoped.
Good thing I have access to the Fountain of Youth, so I'll never have to deal with getting older. So
Well,
you guys can sit and deal with that while I sip on my fine wine.
yeah, but
Jokes on you, Momo, because Walrus has access to Shangri-La, so it evens out.
Yeah, it's the pulpless orange juice.
The fountain of pulpless orange juice.
Yeah, yeah. Look like me in your 50s, just drink pulpless orange juice.
Well, you just converted me. Congratulations.
Okay, but the real question is, if you had to cut out one the rest of your life, cake or cookies?
Cookies. Cookies.
No, you did not just say that.
No shot I would cut out cake, because you know how much variety cake can get?
No, like think about it. Like cake is one of those things. It's very like occasional. Like you don't go home and you see like every day in your pantry or your fridge just like cake. Usually you have it left
Cake
over
for
after
yourself,
an event.
friend.
So okay,
Cheesecake every
maybe-
day.
But like with my personal experience, like cookies are all around the house because they're cookies. I like cookies, so it's like you can't just cut those out. Like
No, but like, don't you have those instances like a cupcake? A cupcake is also a cake. There's just more varieties in the cake genre.
okay, okay, that changes things. You see?
No, no,
No, no, Momo, stay strong. Momo, stay
Wait,
strong.
wait, wait, wait,
You
wait.
know what? Okay.
Stay strong, soldier.
I have an incredibly important question, and it everything hinges on this question, and it's
Okay.
does cheesecake count as a cake because it's technically a pie?
Ooh.
Well, if it's technically a pie, then it's not a cake.
well,
But it's called a cake.
But it could
Wait,
have been
but that
called
also-
a cheese pie, but they deemed it a cheesecake. So, you know, I'm just
Wait a
gonna
minute.
roll with the cake.
That opens discussion to something like pizza, like
Well, they
Is
call
that
it a
a pie
pizza
then?
pie.
Like, oh.
They call it a pizza pie.
yeah, but no one looks at a pizza and goes, "Oh yeah, that's a nice looking pie." Like, you know what I mean? It's like, God,
Got a
now we're
point.
going down the loophole of like.
Wait a minute. Doesn't pizza mean pie? Am I stupid?
This is when we need an Italian.
You have an
Call me
Italian that
Italians in chat.
me who doesn't speak Italian but is Italian. Hi. I speak German. Is that helpful?
Well, Here-
My family comes from Italy, but I was born in a different country, so I cannot help.
well, I stand. The only reference we have is the name that they are given, right? That's therefore I would like to say that a cheesecake is yes, indeed, a cake, and that yeah, I rest my case. Cheesecake is a cake, cupcake is a cake, so you know, missing
Okay.
out on
I'm
quite a lot.
If it's considered a cake, then I would have to pick that I would want cakes because cheesecake is invaluable for life. It is a
You-
necessity.
Momo,
Exactly.
Momo,
I'm-
you stay strong, soldier. Don't you
Well,
ever be on this
I'm-
battlefield alone.
You know what? You know what? Just because you sided with Walrus, I'm quitting my editing job right now.
Hmm.
Bye.
You know, this is the perfect hill to die on. I'm telling you.
Listen,
I'm
okay.
sorry, but if I can't have my Oreos and milk, life is I don't need to live anymore.
But-
so
but
I
have
I
you-
cannot-
Have
I
you
cannot
tried an
do it.
Oreo cake before?
Yeah, like Oreo cheesecake. Have you ever tried that? Because it's pretty
No.
incredible.
Bro, that's kind of bomb. I'm not gonna lie. That
Yeah, I
washed down
know.
with a nice
There's
thick
something
glass of-
about the original Oreos that just hits different, bro. Like it just hits different. I'm sorry, I can't
mu- it
give
must
up my
be the-
original Oreos.
Hold on.
It must be the
I'm
brand
gonna-
of crap.
I'm gonna bring up a very good point. Okay. Do you guys have crumble cookies where you live? I live in Washington. It's very popular here. Do you have crumble cookies? Because that changes things. These cookies are amazing. They're like gourmet cookies. Oh my god! Like I would live and die for these things.
No, but I don't
Missing
know. I
out.
just don't like when I think about this question. It's about variety for me because I know eventually the best cookies are gonna get. You know, I'm gonna get bored of them. It's the same thing for cakes, but
Bro,
can I
what?
keep switching
Wait a
around?
minute, no. There's more cookie flavors than there are cake. What do you mean?
No. Anything that could be a cookie flavor can be a cake flavor. It's just people never made it into a cake. But if you make a cake, can you make it back into a cookie flavor without there being cake? Hmm.
Okay, now I'm looking at these crumble cookies, and I deadass want to deliver some. Like, oh my god,
Bro,
These
look here.
cookies, they're on a different level. You
Bro,
have no idea.
Momo, get your ARs and we fighting to the death. Okay, we're not leaving this.
No, I'm standing on this hill and I'm dying on it.
Yes, we will die on this hill together, Momo.
You know what, Dante? You haven't talked at all at
Wait,
this point.
what?
You are.
No.
Dante's like,
are
oh, you want to
the-
hear about my artifacts? Wait, let me.
Yeah.
Page
Are we
real
talking
quick.
about artifacts, guys?
Did y'all say crit damage?
Oh, my crit rate is
Okay,
but
look.
Dante. Okay,
If
look.
you
There's
really
two
want-
people on Team Cookie, and 2 people on Team K. You
Dante,
are the middleman. You are the
Dante, you
decider.
signed a contract 5 months ago that you're my best friend, so you have to be with me. So there's no competition. It's
Wait,
cookies
was
all
it
the way.
5 months ago? Was it really 5 months ago already?
Yeah, because remember the first couple months we didn't talk that much, but then finally I was like, hey yo, yeah, you my Spanish nigga. But I shouldn't have said that.
Flow. Are you able to run a poll? Because we need to settle this. Like, I feel like
Okay.
these are superior, and
Here.
that's just like it's. Just what it
Well,
is.
yeah, let's ask
Like-
chat.
I don't even need to make a poll because literally everybody here's spamming cake. So
Oh,
I know I
well, there
got
Yeah,
the right community.
Bro, y'all are no cookies.
Chat. Listen, you guys are uncultured. All right, cookies
Bro.
is where it's at. It's just where
Chat.
it's at.
Are y'all gonna believe Walrus and Flow, content creators that manipulate y'all's opinions?
You mean
They
the guy
lie
who
about
says
the
Chi
canon.
is a battery? You're gonna side with the guy who
Yeah,
says
you're gonna side with the dude who literally said Chi Chi is a battery and became a meme in the Genshin community.
Well,
Bro,
all I'm
hey.
saying,
Cookies.
So we're 50-50 on my chat. Oh, it's up to 57 on cake.
Here,
Oh my-
let's do it on mine as well. Let's see.
Bro, no.
Cookie.
Come on, guys. Come on,
or
guys.
cake.
Y'all, come
Whoa,
on. Please,
Whoa.
can I get more soldiers to get some weapons and fight
Bro,
on this hill with me?
You're fighting a
Oh,
losing battle. my
Yeah,
friend.
you're losing. Cake is going up. It
Yeah.
stonks for cake.
Okay, guess what? America was outnumbered against the British, but they still won.
Hey, cookies at 100% on what? Oh no, never mind. That was my fault.
Bro, y'all, no. Cookies.
This is
Come
not-
on, guys. Come on, guys. Y'all
Guys.
crazy.
Yeah, you know what? Just to hammer this one home, I'm gonna do like a community poll, like the Big Daddy
Oh
poll.
no.
Yeah, we need the
Hey,
results.
Someone
We need-
brought up a really good point.
Yeah.
Cookies are
Bro,
portable.
Yeah,
You can bring
cookies
that
are portable.
anywhere.
You can bring cookies anywhere. They're
I
nowhere
mean,
expensive.
I've brought
Wait.
my cheesecake to the bathroom before, so
Because you're
No.
weird.
We're talking
We
like
get
we're
it,
talking.
Walrus. You're weird.
I
Listen,
don't-
we're talking about like if you're going to work and you got like your little sack or something. Like if you aren't gonna bring a whole cake, it's gonna get ruined. It's gonna get smushed. You got a cookie. It stays nice. It's little. It's portable, and you can just eat it right there, and it doesn't get ruined. It's perfect. It's a perfect food, and
Yeah.
you all are really getting on my nerves right
Yeah,
now.
you see,
like,
well that's great and all, but if you looked at the Steam charts for cookies, they're actually plummeting, and it's a dead game. So cake is where it's at.
I
like
almost just accidentally voted on cake.
I'm simply amazed how this became a civil war between cookies and cake. Like, I'm genuinely amazed that we've reached this point. It's a civil war.
This is an important question,
Also, hold
Dante.
on.
Shut
Let's run it back really quick because I think we glossed over this too quick. Walrus, why are you bringing cake into the bathroom? What?
okay, listen.
Don't question it. Don't question
Listen,
it.
when you have a craving for like a month, right, and you're in quarantine, and then finally quarantine breaks and you're allowed to enjoy it again, it doesn't matter if you have intense abdominal pains due to you eating spicy food earlier. You enjoy that cake. All right, you enjoy that cake in its freshest and most in its purest form. So
You're on the grind.
You reminded me of something. This is so random, but so I used to work at a chili joint. We served like chili dogs, And I kid you not, we had a customer once, and someone walked in, and she was eating chili dogs on the toilet, taking a poop.
Yeah,
It's like
see, you
in one end, out the other. You know what I mean?
that's true love right there. That's true love. You guys should have given her another one for free. That's just, hey, I'm not even ashamed to admit it. I ate a cheesecake while literally burning my rear end inside out, and I enjoyed every bite of it. It actually made the experience better. Not gonna lie.
Well, after you met that
Momo.
person, did you forget to put like you should have put like a shrine in the store, like a picture and everything, like candles and all that, all based around this person who's eating chili dogs on the toilet. Like that's a Chad move right there. That is a alpha Chad move. I'm
Yeah.
telling you right now.
No, that was definitely
Bro.
a super Chad move.
Momo, look at all these people listening to these content creators. These are all the people who listen to the other Genshin creators that Kazuha sucked and y'all didn't pull him. Right? Yeah. Y'all are all the ones who picked cake. Y'all are
They're on
Kazuha, aren't you?
cahoots. They're in cahoots. Listen, okay. Listen, your overwhelming numbers will not push me and Lay off this hill.
Look
okay?
here.
We
I
are on the
will
right path.
fight you all till the end of time. You're not moving me off this hill.
Well, we'll see about that. Give it.
All right, let's bring another one. Okay, obviously Cake won this one because our community's stupid. But let's bring another one. All right, what's another popular debate?
Doors versus what is it? Wheels
Burgers.
versus doors.
No, burgers versus pizza is a huge one.
Okay, burgers versus pizza.
Pizza.
Pizza all the way.
Pizza. Yeah, pizza.
Oh no.
Okay,
Lay's
Okay,
about
we
to-
we're
need
at
another one because we all agree. We need something we can fight.
No. Okay, this one was super popular, but it's is there more doors or is there more wheels?
Oh, I know this rabbit hole. Holy smokes.
We're gonna be here for hours.
Yeah.
I hope you know that, so.
Yeah. This one's a big one. FlowCat. This one, like, you wouldn't imagine how deep this one gets.
Okay, think about it, right? So every car
Oh,
is
you gotta
got
get
it.
him to answer first. You gotta first get him to
Oh, yeah,
answer.
yeah.
Then you break it down for him, and then you blow his brains out.
So more wheels or more window?
Yeah.
no,
Doors.
more wheels or more doors in the
Doors.
world.
Doors?
Okay, now I'm gonna bust your mind open, okay? Think about Hot Wheels, okay? Let me get the number of Hot Wheels created. They got 4 wheels, no working doors. How many Hot Wheels have been manufactured? 4 billion Hot Wheels. That's 4, 8,
Times
12,
4.
That's 16 billion wheels.
Extra wheels. Yep.
And that's not including all like the other like truck toys and like cars and stuff like that. Because think about it, some cars got backup wheels and like the trunks and stuff. You gotta take that into account too. But also the cars got trunk doors, and that's technically a door.
Yeah, and you got all the cabinets, doors in your kitchen, right? There's that too.
And half of them are on wheels though. Think about it. Like the sliding ones, those are on wheels. So this one is a real doozer. Hey Dante, I didn't hear you answer. Are there more wheels or doors in the world?
So my Eula is actually running 69% crit rate.
Hey, nice.
You know what is really interesting though is that it took me until you explained that to realize that, like, I thought you were asking me what I wanted. Like, did I want more doors or did I want more wheels? And now it all makes sense.
I swear, me and my family, we have like in-depth arguments about this. Like this is like a big thing for us.
I do think wheels should be more though. I do think. I have no proof, but I just feel like there's more wheels. I don't know why.
We need the numbers. We need the numbers. Come on.
So we need to, whoever in chat is available right now, we are recruiting you for this incredibly important mission. You need to get a notepad. You need to get a
no.
calculator maybe, or just, you know, use your hands or something. And you're gonna go count.
People in chat
My
are
computer
saying,
just turned into an airplane. What? It's going. Vroom. I don't know what it's doing, man.
Oh my god, look at chat. So this is what no resin does to a
"Damn right." Look
Yes,
at look
sir.
look what Genshin has done to us.
I still have my gun fully loaded for you idiots, though. Cookies all the way. I don't care.
On God. On
You
God.
still?
Preach the word.
I
Preach the
don't. I
word.
don't care. Okay. I will fight. I will beat you with my crutch.
Well, now that's a happy image and a happy note, if I ever heard one.
At least he's energetic enough to.
I mean, I don't even have to
this.
hit you with it. They'll still arrest me because I'm black. I should have.
Oh my
Oh boy.
Oh,
Whew, it's
no.
getting real. Anyway.
Flow, before I forget. Since Momo wanted me to flex some of my artifacts,
Oh
and
my
since you have me your friends list, you could, I don't know, I mean, only if you want, of course, you could show in
I
your
don't know.
stream my character showcase. I mean, it's an option.
Oh, you mean like click like this profile thing right here? Like I can click check information, and then there's all your characters right here, and then I can go ahead and click on them and show them.
Precisely.
How about I just?
Don't do
How
it.
about I just?
Don't get his ego up any more than it already is.
Did you know there's an unfriend button?
I'm actually just
That
gonna.
one's pretty cool too.
I'm gonna sit here and just stare at his name card.
Okay, Flo, what you gotta do, click those 3 dots, alright, over Dante's name.
Mm-hmm.
Trust
No,
me.
no.
Trust me. And then you're gonna hit the button that says unfriend.
Okay, wait. There's one that says set name. There's one that says unfriend, and there's one that says mutate chihat, and one that says ADD to block list, and then there's
do
one
that
that
Do
says
that one.
okay, and that's gonna add him to like a Roblox friends list, right? Like so we can all
Yeah,
hang out on Roblox together, right? Yeah.
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm, mhm.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and click
Yeah.
that then, and we're done.
Awesome.
Done.
Okay, perfect.
I'm just kidding. I didn't click it.
Hey, Flo.
Dante is
Hey, Flo, you
the
lied.
foundation of the community. Without him, we would have nothing.
Hey, Flo, you lied.
No.
What?
You lied to me.
What?
How could you?
Remember, you were supposed to re-add.
Yeah, yo, where's your UID, man? Hey, we gotta add you back on my friends list real quick.
Yeah, y'all know what he did? He literally unfriended me on stream.
And I said I said something like, he won't mind.
I was
Of
there.
all
I
the people!
witnessed
Of all the people, he unfriended me.
Yeah, I just
You know,
knew. I
that
knew.
gave. Sorry, that gave Lei like emotional damage for years. He's gonna have to go to therapy. He's gonna have to talk to people for years to come to get over.
I
this
didn't even
challenge,
know
and
he
it's
did
all
it.
your
He could have shut up. Like I really wouldn't have noticed. He texted me. He DM'd me on Discord and said, "Hey yo, by the way, I unfriended you."
Mm.
Sorry.
Guess I'm not important enough to notice.
Oh, he used the reverse Uno card.
Yeah, I guess. I noticed every
man,
second
take it
that
how
you
you
were gone
want.
from my friends list, but.
Hey man, take it how you want.
So anyway,
So anyway,
yeah, I mean, I'm out
I
of.
still got my AK loaded for y'all.
I'm completely out of topics, and I'm also extremely hungry, and also Freddy is very hungry. We've been streaming, doing this so long that I have to feed my cat again. Like I fed him before we started, and I have to feed him again. So I'm thinking I mean you guys can keep going if you want. I don't really care.
Oh heck no.
Heck no.
I think
I think we've peaked. We've peaked today.
Hey Walrus, next time you do a 24-hour stream, it should just be this for 24 hours.
No, that'd be too easy. Chat won't let me have it this way.
Can you imagine we're all on shifts? All right, you got to talk to Walrus for 3 hours, and then Momo's gonna wake up and talk to Walrus for 5 hours, and then
And we have to keep talking so Walrus doesn't like leave in the middle of a point. You know, it would be rude. It would be rude.
I think I've been teasing the idea of a potential another 24-hour stream, but I don't know. Those things do be they're different, man. Holy smokes, what can I say? Like I start hallucinating after I pass the 18-hour mark.
Really?
Yeah. It's weird.
You know, I don't know how people do like subathons and stuff like that. Like, imagine having like days of your life just on camera. I would never be able to do stuff like that at all.
Oh, I mean, I can imagine myself doing a subathon. I think I can probably go for a week without much issue if I were to do a subathon. Like I can probably okay, I have to leave this camera if I go take the doo-doo or something like that, but I wouldn't, you know, I could sit here for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I get conked out after 4 hours now. I'm like working my way up, but 4 hours, I'm like, dude, I'm done. I'm tired.
Oh, I mean, like I'll have a bed here and everything, and if I get tired sitting at the computer, I'll probably just like
Wait.
go lay down.
I mean, y'all know wrestling, like how they have like when they're in like tag matches, someone say it could be a tag team, like you know how like it's very dramatic every time they like do a tag, like we could do that for this 24 hours.
Yo. Probably gonna do another one this year, just don't know when it is. Once per year should be pretty manageable for my health and sanity.
Oh, bro, screw your health. You're a gamer.
Oh wait, going back to the cookies and cake thing, it evened out. It's around 50-50 now on Walrus' stream.
No, that's just because Lay's been making new Google accounts and
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we're still going strong with.
You think at 3 a.m. I have the patience to log in for the
Lay, you're supposed to sway it to like 70-30, not 50-50. Jeez, come on.
Momo, Avi, give it a rest. It's time to rest. You need to accept defeat, my friend.
Look here, I
It's
don't
over.
care. As long as I have a few people, they can be my decoys, and I'll just take everybody out by myself. I can do this by myself. I
So-
just need some body shields.
You guys can actually now go to my channel's community tab and just look at a live update. Check back maybe after you guys wake up. It's already at 201 votes, and Cake is winning 52-48. So
Okay, what are you gonna do if you wake up and Cookie's winning?
Make alt accounts?
Well,
I mean,
I'm gonna have to report to YouTube for bot spam.
Okay. Listen, we have to have some kind of like wager or something, otherwise it's not fun.
Interesting. Okay. If Cake wins, we get to delete one of Dante's best artifacts.
Wait,
If Cookies
Where-
win, if
Where did
Cookies
that come
win,
from?
if Cookies win, we get
also
to
get
feed. You get to feed his Ito weapon into a 1-star weapon.
Oh my
Wait,
gosh.
either way,
That's brutal.
Yeah, that's brutal.
I don't accept.
Don't worry. Watch, Dante is gonna be creating so many alt accounts now that
I was gonna
Look,
say
we don't
Cookies
care if you
don't
accept
win, I'll
it, Dante.
C6 my Bennett, but then I realized that's really dumb, and I probably shouldn't say that.
Wait, what?
No, Momo, please say it. Momo, please say it.
No, I'm not going to C6 my Bennett over this. I don't even have
Yes, you
a
will.
constellation, but I'm not going to do it.
That
I
just
have,
means
like,
he doesn't
C5
believe.
right now.
He doesn't believe.
Yeah, you're
He
not
doesn't believe
committed.
it enough.
Cookies,
Yeah.
Oh my-
cookies lose by default. Sorry.
Yeah.
Look,
How-
look,
how can-
Walrus. Let's do my account. Since I'm the whale here, I can just reboot shit. Like, let's do mine.
Wait, you actually believe that Cookie's gonna win? You actually wholeheartedly
Yes,
believe
yes.
Cookie's
If it's
gonna win?
50-50 right now. Think about it. When the people wake up, when you wake up, you ain't thinking, I could really use some cake right now. You're thinking cookie because it's a small stack, it's light, but it also has that great flavor. So all these people are gonna be waking up. They're gonna see this community tab while like scrolling through YouTube Shorts, and they're going, "Oh, I like cookies." Click on it. We win.
So we should
Easy.
reconverge this time, like Saturday next week. So we give it a whole week for it to run, because you know the algorithm is weird and it takes some time, and give people enough time to switch sides, right? But we can't. Only the people right now would know what's at stake, because when stakes are involved, sometimes it might be enough to sway people, right? So we need to keep this under wraps for the most part. So let's hear it. Like, what do you have proposed as wager?
Okay, let's see here. If Cake wins, you can get on my account on stream and you can delete 3 of my best artifacts.
No.
Not just
Wow.
1, 3. Wait, then what the hell do you want if Cookie wins?
If Cookie wins, it has to be your account, Walrus.
God damn. What about Flo's account? Can me and Flo
Hey,
kind of like
hey,
can me and Flo
hey.
shoulder this together?
Oh man, I'm sorry, man, but you gotta take on this incredible responsibility on your own. But I'm in a way envious of your position to be able to be such a strong advocate for the cake.
Well, I mean,
army.
you don't seem very dedicated to the cake side.
Look here, if you
Hey,
don't
I'm
accept it,
I'm lining up
then
right
it's no
behind
deal.
Walrus.
You have to accept it, Walrus, or it's no deal.
Can I shoulder it with
No, it's me versus you, homie.
This is gonna be a tough one. Let me gauge the stars real quick. Let me gauge at the content.
Wait, so you're telling me you're not that confident in your Cake pick?
Wow.
You know,
Tough talk.
you know why I'm shaky when it comes to this? It's because I don't think I know the demographic well enough. Because this has now turned into a math game. Do I think in the world, at least in my demographic of subscribers, see, I don't know. I think Americans love cake more than cookies. I do think so, wholeheartedly. I think your typical American, like USA, and even Canada would love cake more than cookie. But if you involve Southeast Asia, you see, that's where it gets tricky, man. I can't really put a finger on it.
Do it for the content.
All right, come on then, Walrus.
You know
propose
you can
something,
make a
But
video
you're
out
so
of it.
scary.
You know you can make a video out of it. Shocked face. I had to delete my 3 best art. You know, like, come on. You tell me that doesn't entice you?
No, because you know how many months of work that is to get back? And do you know how many months because this is the thing, I can't part ways with my Raiden artifacts, because I just spent a good part of like 3 months finishing her set. And now Lei can just go in and like 6 clicks, 3 months of my painful artifact grind away. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't believe in cake that much. I'll admit it.
Cake is feeling pretty sad.
I don't believe in cake that much. But oh my god. You see? Thank goodness I didn't take the bet. Look at that. Look at that.
What?
Look at that. Oh my god. You guys go check my community page right now. You see?
Well, are you bailing?
It's 50-50.
No. But what I'm saying is the wait, what time is it in Southeast Asia? Southeast Asia. Oh my god, and Britain, people like the UK, Europe is gonna side with cookies because of their freaking biscuits. God damn it. Like UK and their biscuits, man, and they're gonna think, oh, well, biscuits are categorized as cookies, so therefore cookies is better.
Oh, actually, it's back to 50-50 now.
Yeah, India. I think India might, like South Asia might go with cookies as well. The thing is, there's not a cake culture. I come from China. People from China are gonna prefer cookies as well because, I mean, for the most part, because there's a lot of treats that are just like cookies, like kind of like Chinese cookies. You see, this is why it's shaky. But if it's just in the West, Cake will win. If it's just in North America, Cake will win. But yeah, I'm being a smart and mathematical and reasonable person about this. All right, I'm not backing out because I don't believe in Cake. I'm backing out because mathematically, this is a bad move. All right, this is a bad move for me, mathematically speaking. Statistically, I'm just gonna lose my artifact.
I mean, you don't know that.
No.
Listen, okay.
I
The
know that
odds
for a fact.
sometimes. Okay.
And I know Lei
odds.
right now has too much free time on his hands. All right. Lei sounds like he has a lot of time to sit around and you know, put together a great cause. So
Okay, you want to do one weapon and we can protect 3.
It's
one
actually pretty good.
one weapon? You want to delete a weapon? Oh my
Oh,
god.
well, you gotta take into account. Walrus has like a ton of 5-star weapons, I believe, right? You have,
And
like,
all of them
5
are
stars.
attributed to characters that I need for review. And weapons rotate on banners. No, I can't. And Lei will be fine as long as he protects Eula. So he can literally shield.
How'd you
He
know?
can literally shield. He can shield Eula's sands. He can shield Eula's cup, and he can shield her headpiece, and he only has to go
Bruh,
refarm the flower and the feather piece, and
Bruh.
and he will shield her weapon. Anything else can go.
Bro,
It's gonna
I would
go.
literally just shield. You're right. I would literally just shield my Eula, and then like you could literally delete my R5 engulfing lightning, and I would not give a fuck.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
You could just be generic and do like send out a tweet or change your profile picture. I don't know. I'm trying to think of good things.
Well, the thing is, I'm not gonna take the bet now because I've already. You guys gave me enough time to work out mathematically, and
We should have done a countdown, Lei. What the?
yeah, you guys should have done a countdown.
Wow, you guys are all turning on Cake. You know, it's pretty sad to see you.
FlowCat, are you trying to wager your artifacts, your weapons? I mean, you sound pretty confident in your decision.
So anyway, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up the podcast. And yeah, thank you so much for everyone for being here. And as always, stay healthy, stay hydrated. Peace, everybody.